Hi, Margaret. Hi, Larry. Hi, Kenneth. Thank you all for always coming to hang with me. I know everybody else will come in just now, so I'm not worried. I solemnly pledge to dedicate my life to the service of my God and my country. I'll honor my parents, my teachers, my leaders, my elders, and those in authority. I'll be clear and honest in all my thoughts, my words, and my deeds, and I'll strive in everything I do to work together with my fellow men of every creed and race for the greater happiness of all and the honor and glory of my country. Hi, Christopher. Hi, Jonathan. Hi, Emmeline. Well, people, today is Eid. Hi, Dave. Because yesterday, I think it's probably for the first time, two holidays fell on the same day on a Sunday. Usually, when a holiday fall on a Sunday, you get the Monday as the holiday. Yes. But two of them fell on the same day, so that is Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day and Eid. So what happened today is Eid, and tomorrow is Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day holiday. And I think why probably Eid got it today, because I think they break the fast yesterday, and it's after the fast, they were fasting all the time. After the fast is broken, then the other days Eid. So that is what I think it's about. Hi Cha, hi Raphael, hi Sarah. So in light of that, again, I want to wish the Muslim community Eid Mubarak, excuse me, and all God's blessing be unto them. So I say, you know what, let me take a look to see the history of Eid in tribute of the Muslim community. It's good to know about other groups, religious groups and their practices, because one thing about Trinidad and Tobago, hi Glennis, hi Rena, one thing about Trinidad and Tobago we could boast about to the rest of the world, that we're different than everybody else. Different religious groups live in relative peace and are allowed to worship the way that they want to worship their God. So that's something we must be always proud about. So I'm looking here at what is Eid al-Fitr. Eid al-Fitr is a holy Islamic festival celebrated at the end of the month of Ramadan. The Arabic name Eid al-Fitr can be translated as Festival of the Breaking of the Fast. The Ramadan fasting is over, and the month of Shawwal, the 10th month of the Islamic calendar, has begun. To my Muslim brothers and sisters, if my pronunciation may be a little off, please forgive me. It is not meant to disrespect. Why do Muslims celebrate Eid al-Fitr? Muslims celebrate Eid al-Fitr to give thanks for the end of the month of fasting and to thank Allah for the strength, or takat, He blessed them with throughout Ramadan, which is typically a time where Muslims practice exceptional self-restraint in all areas of their lives. Eid al-Fitr is a time of forgiveness and making amends, where families can come together and grudges are laid to rest. It is a joyful and peaceful festival celebrated annually by more than 1.6 billion Muslims worldwide. The history of Eid al-Fitr. The first Eid was celebrated in 624 CE by the Prophet Muhammad and his relatives and friends after their victory in the Battle of Jang-e-Badr. This event in early Islamic history was a key turning point in Muhammad's struggle with his opponents amongst the Quraysh in Mecca. When is Eid al-Fitr? The festival of Eid al-Fitr is based on the Islamic lunar calendar, so the dates vary annually. The celebrations officially begin when the new moon is first sighted in the sky, and this can lead to Eid falling on slightly different days around the world. This year, Eid al-Fitr will last from the evening of Sunday, the 25th of June. Now, only I'm not sure if this is a recent posting I'm reading. So, Sunday, the 25th of June may not be 2020, well, it cannot be 2025 because we're now in March. So, this is from a previous posting. So, you know what? I'll just leave this one out because it's not applicable. How do Muslims celebrate Eid al-Fitr? On the day of Eid, Muslims usually gather at their local mosque in the morning to perform Eid prayers and then hold large gatherings for families and friends. Celebrations usually last for 3 days and include the sharing of banquets and traditional sweets. Children often receive Eid gifts and everyone will wear their best clothes. Although it is a festival of food for many Muslims, Eid is about more than eating delicious meals with family and friends. It is also a time of forgiveness, self reflection, and peaceful contemplation. Eid is also about remembering loved ones who have passed, and Muslims traditionally visit and tend to graves of family members whilst offering prayers to Allah. Muslim scholars describe the tradition of remembering loved ones during Eid as a way of honoring Prophet Muhammad, who was said to have visited his mother's grave and prayed for forgiveness for her sins. Eid celebration around the world, Saudi Arabia and Palestine. In Saudi Arabia, Eid celebration tend to be very grand with flamboyant decorations and sumptuous feasts. Food is often left outside the door of homes where less privileged families live, so no one can exclude them from eating well on Eid. Many Muslims in Saudi Arabia congregate in the holy city of Mecca. The country's cultural heritage is celebrated with traditional dances, poetry, food, exhibition of culture, and traditional handicraft markets. The cities of Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and Abu Dhabi in United Arab Emirates will be brightly lit for Eid, and the shopping malls will be filled with extravagant displays of Islamic culture. In Palestine, thousands of Muslims will surround the Aqsa Mosque, also known as the Dome of Rock, standing shoulder to shoulder as they pray together. So Eid celebration around the world. So we speak about Bangladesh now. The last few days of Ramadan in Bangladesh are busy as people go shopping for multiple outfits to wear to a number of dawats, meaning food parties, biryani, spicy rice with meat or vegetable, kebabs, and desserts such as shima, vermicelli milk pudding, kalu jam, fried dough, balls in syrup, payesh, a rice milk pudding, and doi, a sweet yogurt, are made. People living in large cities such as Dhaka and Chittagong travel back to their home villages to spend Eid with family. So they speak about North America, how they celebrate it in the United States and Britain. Eid celebrations are influenced by a number of different cultures and traditions due to the diversity of Muslim communities. Special Eid bazaars are often held a couple of days before the celebrations where people can receive henna art and purchase jewelry, clothing, and gifts in preparation for the festivities. In some communities with large Pakistan and Indian populations, Shand, Shanrat, or Night of the Moon events take place where people can engage in last minute shopping for Eid gifts. This is in Malaysia now. Hari Raya Ad el Fitri is how Eid al-Fitr is known in Malaysia on the final day of Ramadan. Malaysian households are often very busy preparing a number of dishes such as ketupat, rice cakes in coconut leaves, and lemang rice in coconut milk cooked in bamboo. The night before Eid, members of the government go out to look for the new moon, and if it is sighted the next day, is declared as Eid. on national television. Malaysians often open their homes for a certain period of time during which friends, family, and neighbors, all of the same faith, can visit, eat, and have fun. Wherever you live, Muslims are likely to greet each other by saying Eid Mubarak, which translates Happy Eid or Blessed Eid. So they said, what is the difference between Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha? Muslims have two major celebrations of the year, Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr. But what is the difference between the two? Sometimes referred to as the Greater Eid or Feast of the Sacrifice, Eid al-Adha celebrates the utter submission to Prophet Abraham to sacrifice his only son. His son was also completely obedient to the divine command, recognizing it to be God's will. However, right before Abraham was to kill his son, God intervened and gave him a ram to sacrifice instead. This story is present in both Christian and Jewish traditions, as well as Islam. In recognition of Eid al-Adha, is often celebrated with the sacrifice of a goat, a cow, a lamb, or other animals. The meat is then distributed to the poor as well as family and friends. Eid al-Adha falls on the 10th day of Dhul Hijjah, the 12th month of the Islamic calendar. It is in this month that Muslim pilgrims travel to Mecca, Saudi Arabia, to perform the pilgrimage of Hajj, consisting of various ancient rituals which connect them to God and ultimately allow them to receive forgiveness. And the payment of Zakat al-Fitr before Eid begins. Muslims are expected to give charity by performing Fitrana or Zakat al-Fitr. Again, please forgive me, the Muslim community, if these words are not being pronounced properly. I mean no disrespect. And obligatory giving that is paid prior to the Eid al-Fitr celebration. Zakah al-Fitr should be given to the poor, and the majority of scholars agree that this particular charity is exclusive for fellow Muslims, whereas other charities like Sadaqah are not specific to Muslims. Who should pay Zakat al-Fitr? Every Muslim, whether young or old, must pay Zakat al-Fitr. If you have dependent children, you should pay Zakat al-Fitr to yourself and also on behalf of each of your children. It is considered an obligation by the majority of Islamic scholars. Give an Eid gift to a child in need this year. So that was just understanding our Muslim brothers and sisters as they celebrate Eid today and what it means to them and what it is all about. So today is our good news with a difference. So I'm just going to show you Prime Minister Young, because his mom is Muslim. I do not know if she's a practicing Muslim, but she is Muslim, or family is Muslim, Hussein, and minister is Roman Catholic. So I may think, or it is easy to suggest or think that he may have been brought up knowing both sides or both faiths. Yeah. So this is our Prime Minister today, celebrating Eid with some of the Muslim community. And I think he went on a break fast or something with one of them. Right? So this is him here. If you don't want me, I'll just see you. Lord Father, what is this? Give me a minute. You see how the zombie is? This woman pop up, but she fixing shit up. Give me a next minute again. I don't know what's happening, so let me go directly to the source and see if I can get it there. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, so I have to go somewhere else and get it because apparently this is going to give me some trouble today. Hi, Robert. Hi, Donna. Hi, Selma. Will you just give me a minute, please? I will surely find it here now. As I was saying, this is Minister visiting one of the mosque. Excuse me. Excuse me. What is this? Eh, just so. Not today, no, not today. Not right. اللهم رحمتك أرجو فلا تكلني إلى نفسي طرفة عيني وأصلح لي شأني كله. طرفة عيني وأصلح لي شأني كله. الله
Red and ready, here we on. Red and ready, here we on. Calling all the Red Army. Red and ready, here we on. Yeah, we on. Oh, na na na. Red and ready, here we on. Calling all the Red Army. Red and ready, here we on. Trinidad and Tobago. Red and ready, here we on. Yeah, we on. Yeah, we red and ready now. Calling the Red Army. Calling out all our we friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountain top to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. B&M, we working together, we building together, and we'll make it better. B&M, side by side, together, we standing together for our name.
As I was saying, when I started before, so I'd already played the anthem and did the pledge, and I was into the program. Today was a different good news. I spoke about the history of Eid, and I would have showed you, yes, Margaret, tag them back on. I would have showed you the Prime Minister. He would have gone to one of the mosques visiting, and there's also pictures of him giving out zakat, because that is something that they do before they enter the mosque and all that. So it's a part of the whole tradition, and that money is given out, they said, to people of the Muslim faith. So when you see them doing it, it's nothing that is embarrassing or insulting or anything. That's the whole part of the ritual. So let me continue, and people, let us pray that it will break down again. If it do, I'll see if I will hold on to see if it's coming back up, and if not, I might have to shut it down and start again. So let's hope for the best. So I always do news about Tobago also, and any other place that I get some info from. So this was Senator Ansel Dennis. Yes, Erica, I'm back, darling. Ansel Dennis, Senator Ansel Dennis, speaking about facts about the construction of the A&R Robinson Airport and Farley's behavior. Farley saying they were having issues with before, and then they then complained that when the airport was being commissioned and Dr. Rowley, who was still Prime Minister at the time, went to speak, that Farley was not a speaker. And Senator Ansel Dennis was explaining something. So you listen to what he has to say. He was on Tobago.
I'm staying. I'll come back to you, Akilabi. I know you have a burning question to ask, but in terms of allowing Tobago to be, can I use the word involved? Because there are accusations, but can I use the word accusations as you just used? That central government, there are projects that are operated by the central government that come to Tobago without the involvement of the Tobago administration.
Such as?
The rumor is the A&R airports, right? And so let me just get some clarity to ensure the process, the procedure. How was it done? What was done? What was the level of involvement of the current administration? What will be the level of involvement of any administration, THA administration, on central government projects being done in Tobago? That partnership, and to ensure that there's equality in terms of ensuring the project gets off the ground for the benefit of the people of Tobago.
Firstly, these people lie a lot. These people in the THA. So don't take everything that they say as fact. Now I can speak for the THA's involvement prior to this administration, when this airport project was conceptualized. According to law, it is accepted and understood that the airport authority has responsibility for the airport, for its maintenance, for its upkeep, and for its management. So therefore, it was always accepted that the central government will be responsible for financing the airport project. And that has always been done in consultation with the Tobago House of Assembly. As a matter of fact, the consultation was such a close one that along the way, we decided in the THA that we will go beyond the law, beyond what the law requires, to provide persons who were displaced, who were being displaced by this airport project, with two land developments, one in Cove and one in Sherburne, to ensure that they have the opportunity to purchase land and rebuild their homes and rebuild their businesses, etc. The THA did not have to do that. And I want to say as well that through collaboration, that money did not come from the THA's coffers. The central government agreed to finance those projects outside of the THA's allocations, although that was a THA responsibility. Land development, housing, and those kind of things, THA's responsibility. The other part of it was this new airport terminal building required a road. Because if you're passing, if the intent is to pass through that airport 3 million passengers per year, hopefully by 2040 or 2030. 2030 might be a bit soon, so let's say 2040. Then, of course, you need to have new infrastructural arrangements to be able to manage that level of access to the airport. The THA then agreed that a new road will be built for over $100 million, dual carriageway, 2 lanes on each side, and therefore people will be able to access the airport terminal building from Sherburn Road. So the plan was never to use the Strawberry local road, but a separate road south of the terminal building, come all the way around through those 2 estates, Kilgwin and Friendship Estate, all the way down to 2 roundabouts at Sherburn. So if you go into the airport, once you get to Sherburn Road, you could either head to Crown Point. People who go into Crown Point, they take the current route. And people who go into the airport could have gone straight ahead and access the airport terminal building directly. And even if you want to get to Crown Point from that route, you could still access, there was to be another roundabout somewhere in close proximity to the airport terminal building that will take you back onto the Strawberry local road. We agreed that that would be done. And because this came about as a result of this new terminal building, we said to the central government, while you build it, we will keep our money to do other things. They agreed. So that was the level of collaboration. There were constant meetings between the THA and NIDCO, who had responsibility for the airport project. The THA actually had a representative on the committee with responsibility for this project. So there was always collaboration. 2 things happened when the administration changed. Firstly, the Secretary of Infrastructure and the Chief Secretary started to attack the project with bare naked lies. One of the classic lies being told, and I had to call out a reporter from this network, unfortunately, for that lie, was when they said that the airport project did not have approvals. That is a dangerous allegation to make against such a project. Because remember, that project requires international certification. You're hoping that you'll get buy-in from all your international agencies, aviation authorities, airlines across the world. So to come, and make an allegation that we in Trinidad and Tobago are so disorganized and are so poor in terms of our governance that we will build an airport, a major facility, without environmental approvals, without tongue and country planning. That was a dangerous and bold-faced allegation to make. So I had to call it out as straightforward as I possibly could have. So that was blatant lie. The second thing they did was to cancel the arrangements with the road. So the THA said, keep all your road, we building your own road, keep all your money, we will use our money to build the road. Where's the road for today? You know where the road is? Tied up in the courthouse. 3 injunctions, no environmental approvals, riddled with corruption, contractor receiving payments, $32 million in payments, and the road is not even complete. $32 million in payments. And if you drive down there now, pass the first roundabout, take the left 4, go straight ahead if you're coming from Buku side, go down to the second roundabout and make the right, and you cannot drive down to the end of any road. It's a road to nowhere. Right? Those 2 things happened. So for them to now come and talk about they not being involved, if they are not involved, it's because they choose to not be involved. And then of course now, airport opening, and some people are trying to run this fake controversy, trying to create controversy where none exists, with fake anger about the chief secretary not being able to speak on the program and so forth and so forth. After these people lied on this project, criticized the project, hired lawyers to block the project, refused to cooperate with the central government, frustrating the project, frustrating something that will benefit the people of Tobago. And the issue now is Chief Secretary didn't get to speak on the program. I think our priorities, those persons, their priorities might not be in order.
Right. So that is Senator Ansel Dennis there speaking. He is the leader of the People's National Movement in Tobago, and he could not have said it any clearer that anybody listening can't understand. And again, the live I started before, and the live breakdown, and I would have given the history of Eid and also shown our Prime Minister as he celebrated the occasion with Eid at a mosque. And as I was saying in the first part of the live, that on Sunday, two holidays fell on the same day, which is Liberation Spiritual Baptist Day holiday and Eid. And because it's on a Sunday, both of them, they give one Monday, one Tuesday. So today is Eid because the fast of Ramadan was broken yesterday. So the next day is Eid, and we have tomorrow the Liberation Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day holiday. So no disrespect to the Muslim community because they might just see the live and I say nothing again. Eid Mubarak to the Muslim community and all those who would celebrate with them, friends and family. So let me continue. So you know, President Trump is making good on his word in deporting migrants, illegal migrants from America. They started, some were sent to Venezuela, I think Mexico, if I'm not mistaken, and we have our share also. So I see that they are saying that it's either 11 or 14 Trinidad citizens have been deported back to Trinidad and Tobago. And let me see when this happened. Hi, Donna, Robert, everybody. Thanks for coming back on and staying with me. I ain't seen Roxanne, you know, I'm to Roxanne. So this was March 29th. The Ministry of National Security has stated 11 out of 14 TNT nationals were deported by the United States government on Friday. They arrived at Piaco Airport at 2:50 a.m. The government said it received advance notice from the U.S. Immigration Custom Enhancement, that is ICE. A chartered flight brought the national back home. The ministry said they were processed by immigration officials in keeping with protocols. The 11 consisted of 10 men and 1 woman. The latter was detained by law enforcement due to 2 outstanding warrants locally, so the woman was held because she had 2 outstanding warrants. However, no further information was provided on the 11 deportees as it pertained to where in the United States they arrived from, if any criminal record exists, and where in TNT they reside. This is a developing story, and more information will be published when it becomes available. So that was a CNC3 news report on that. So the thing is serious. It is real. We're living in some challenging times. I'm also seeing that the gas companies, I can't remember if I read that on Friday, but I watched the date and that will tell me. So it's 1 day ago, so it could not have been on Friday. So this was in the Guardian. It said, analysts hopeful on Dragon after Rubio talks. American energy economist Francisco Monaldi is calling for the latest meeting. The latest meeting between Prime Minister Stuart Young and United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio positive, and say it gives hope for the Dragon gas agreement and the energy relationship between Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. Manaldi, who is a lecturer in energy economics at Rice University Department of Economics, and also lectures in energy management at the Jones Graduate of School of Business in the United States, told Sunday Business Express, Guardian in fact, Sunday Business Guardian, that the license for the Dragon Gas agreement could have been cancelled, and they were not. And that is good news. The meeting does not even say anything about license are being possibly cancelled right now, which is what could have happened. This comes following an announcement by Rubio earlier that all license issued during the Biden era for the development of energy resources in Venezuela were going to be cancelled. I think that it is pretty positive for Trinidad and Tobago. It buys a lot of time for things to be discussed and negotiated, he said. And he's our biggest negotiator, Prime Minister Stuart Young. Speaking at a post-cabinet news conference on Thursday, Prime Minister Young said he was optimistic and reported that Rubio promised that the U.S. would not hurt Trinidad and Tobago. On whether the Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, license for the Dragon field will be renewed when it expires in October, Prime Minister Young said things are fluid. The men met at a meeting in Jamaica on Wednesday, as I would have read before. In the conversation, Rubio indicated he was pleased with the information Young provided on Dragon Gas deal. He said U.S. foreign policy is not meant to harm TNT as it pertains to energy security. Monaldi also expressed the view that the meeting between Prime Minister Young and Rubio comes at a crucial time. The second thing is that I think it's important to note that is the very timing that this meeting occurred, which provides a lot of hope for TNT and its energy projects, because let us face it, this is very crucial. This is a very crucial moment right now. This is because it is the moment in which the announcement of the revision of the whole policy and the maximum pressure on Venezuela is happening. So these licenses have survived for the moment, partly because of this meeting. It could have been a different situation if they had gone for the maximum pressure initiative. The U.S. government has also extended the period for the wind down of Chevron operations in Venezuela until March 27, which Monaldi said is another example of good news. So if we did not see any action in terms of the license in the next few days, and particularly before the expiry of the Chevron license, and even a Chevron license expired on May 27, that could be a signal that this will be left for later and that there is potential for getting the license renewed, which is ultimately what is necessary for any of these projects to have any viability. Monaldi also said U.S. Special Envoy Richard Grenell wants to come to an agreement with Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro, and it would be an America First policy which allows the U.S. companies to carry out projects in Venezuela. This is part of the Trump's pragmatic transactional approach in which immigration is the top issue and some of the energy resources will be used as leverage for deportation. In that world, there is some possibility for the TNT project to move forward because they could incorporate the US companies, or they could be a way to make it into that vision of America First. At this point, I do not think that we know which perspective is going to dominate the US government, because the extension of the license to Chevron shows that there is some space for negotiations. So I will leave it at that. So there is hope. And once you have a good negotiator, it becomes even more hopeful. So let me continue. It continues. So Prime Minister Young would have spoken about the Forex issue, and this is what he had to say.
Well, good afternoon. I'd like to thank you all for being here this afternoon. I, as you may have heard, had told the population last week, Thursday, that one of the first priority issues I'd like to start a conversation about and to address is the whole issue of foreign exchange. Now, we all know that the foreign exchange supply to Trinidad and Tobago has declined, and that is the immediate issue that has caused persons to have difficulty in getting supply of foreign exchange, meaning individuals, businesses, etc. And that decline, from what I've seen historically, began around 2012, and of course is associated with the main area where we earn foreign exchange. But I have a concern, like many others, and I'm sure all of you in the room have a similar concern. And my concern really is the small man, the small people. Now, who have to go into a bank, they're going away for travel, or they need to send money for a family member, maybe even children who are away, and this type of thing. And they have difficulty in accessing small amounts of foreign exchange. So you hear these stories over and over. They go into the bank, they line up, they come out. If they're lucky, they get $100 of 100 US dollars. Now, looking around the room, I think there are only a couple of people who may be younger than I am, but you'll recall the days of it wasn't as difficult as that. So that is the area of concern for me. Really, how do we sit as collective minds in this room? The people in charge, we have the central bank, and you are all the persons who are trusted by the population to run banks. How do we look at the allocation, recognizing that there is no easy solution, with my main focus and emphasis being on provision of foreign exchange, limited foreign exchange we have, first and foremostly to the small, what we understand are the small individuals in our society, who it means a whole lot to. The second area that I'd like to begin a discussion on this afternoon is the area of the bank charges and bank fees. And I can personally attest to that. And, this is again another area. I have a number of questions as we move towards more online banking, as I see more branches being closed down across the country because retail banking, walking into a branch, is becoming more and more a thing of the past, to be honest, and to be quite frank, because there's more of a push towards online banking. The service charges, of course, have gone up. So it is really to start conversation along those two conversations along those two
die. Red and ready, yeah, we on. Yeah. Red and ready, yeah, we on. Calling all the Red Army. Red and ready, yeah, we on. Yeah, yeah, we on. Another die. Red and ready, yeah, we on. Calling all the Red Army. Red and ready, yeah, we on. Trinidad and Tobago. Red and ready, yeah, we on. Yeah, we on. Yeah, we ready now. Calling the Red Army. Calling out all our we friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountain top to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. B&M, we working together, we building together. Young will make it better. B&M, side by side together, we standing together for our nation's future. This is a movement we all in together, not just for one. My sister, my brother, Balize in your hand. B&M is the brand, ready, hold it steady. B&M, speed for it. One blood flowing through we vein. Speed for it. Red Army on the road again. Speed for it. Every queen and every race. Speed for it. Together now no time to waste. Speed for it. From Frederick Street to Boko Reef. Speed for it. The Balize is what we need. Speed for it. Tell them this and say it then. Speed for it. The B&M we need again. Speed for it. Taking it to the streets, wherever we meet. We talking to everyone all over the country. The message is loud and clear. We want you to volunteer, spreading the word. Country before party. B&M, sun or rain together. We remain together. Gonna make things better. B&M, young and old together. Standing tall together. This is a new chapter. Together we standing, no tribes intertwined. Working together, we all in the line. Let's do this together, your future and mine. Ready, hold it steady. B&M, speed for it. One blood flowing through we vein.
So, Kamala Prasad continuing with her lies, because that is what they do best. We have had enough evidence to show that she lies a lot. Have been trying to scare the senior citizens about their pension, and that if this government gets back into office, they're going to stop their senior citizen pension. And the Prime Minister Young would have debunked that situation. Because a while back, there was some type of issue where Minister of Social Development, Senator Donna Cox, and the Attorney General at the time, oh gosh, I've seen the face and I feel like it just going to me. I will get it just now. They would have both had a press conference where they were showing the senior citizens that their savings is not at risk. The only thing that is a criteria for the senior citizens, because I was told they are very offended when you talk about old age pensioners and old age grant. They're very, very concerned and feel offended when you say that. So the right term is senior citizen pension. So my apologies, last time I had my life and I speak about old age. So the senior citizens pension, the only criteria when you reach 65 that you have to have is your income every month. So if your income, I think, is over 7,000, I think it is, well, then you may have some challenges. But when it comes to your savings in the bank, however you get your savings, whether you sell bottle, whether your children give you, whether you win a lottery, whatever it is, that is your money. That is not a criteria to get in your senior citizen pension at 65. The only criteria is if you're earning more than, I think, $7,000 a month in earnings, well, then you may have some challenges. So Prime Minister Young would have come out again to reassure the seniors that they have nothing to be worried about. So he would have said, now the thing in want to open. Yes, Senior Counsel Reginald Amor. Thank you, Ms. Angela. They would have had that press conference and would have straightened out that. So this was March 29 in CNC 3. Young, which is Prime Minister Young, tells the elderly, we won't touch your pensions. So in his first address as Prime Minister on a political platform, Prime Minister Stuart Young rubbish claims that the government was seeking to remove the old age. They don't like that word. Why are they using it as the senior citizen pension? Right? So here would I put it, to remove the old age pension of senior citizens. Well, good grief, just a senior citizen pension. The announcement was one of several promises put forward by Prime Minister Young during his feature address at the People's National Movement meeting at the Mount Lambert Community Centre off Eastern Main Road on Friday night. Last December, opposition leader Prasad Bisesa accused the government of introducing legislation that would potentially disqualify the elderly from accessing a pension. And why again she's lying? Because in order for that to happen, legislation has to pass. And if it didn't come to the parliament, then it not may pass. Right? Referring to the miscellaneous provisions, Senior Citizens Pension and Public Assistance, Bill 2024, Section 4G of the bill states, an individual shall not be eligible to receive a pension unless he has savings not exceeding $25,000. However, Prime Minister Young dismissed the claims, describing it as a scare tactic for political mileage. And again, if it did not come to the parliament to be laid as a bill, then it does not exist. So it did not exist, right? Don't let people who are desperate to get their hands on the money in the treasury introduce fear into our senior citizens. I'm telling you, here tonight as Prime Minister, we are not touching your senior citizens pension. We are not introducing new requirements that if you have X amount in your bank account, that you can't get your pension. In fact, under the UNC, they didn't increase the pensions for you, and I will explain that to you. Prime Minister Young continued to take jabs at Prasad Bisesa, referring to a video shared on social media, which was edited to show her fumbling responses to questions from the audience at the UNC Town Hall meeting at the Hoya Complex on Thursday night. So the salient point is the Prime Minister had assured the senior citizens that their pension would not be interfered with. And he's correct about one thing that a lot of people miss. Under the UNC, the NIB payments every month was $3,000. And the senior citizen pension under the UNC was $1,500. So at the 15th of the month, you got $3,000 NIB, and at the end of the month, you got $1,500. That's for the senior citizens. So you had a total of $4,500 under the UNC. Even when they had oil prices the highest ever, that even under Dr. Ike Williams, they had oil prices over $120-something a barrel. The only thing happened that they increased the old age senior citizen pension from $1,500 to $500. They put more on it, so it became $1,500. So every month now, with the NIB payments at the 15th and the senior citizen pension at the end of the month, senior citizens were getting $4,500 under Kamala Prasad Bisesa. When the People's National Movement came into office in 2015, the NIB payment remained at the $3,000. However, they increased the senior citizen pension by $1,000. So it moved from $1,500 to $2,500. So now senior citizens are getting every month $5,500. But they don't talk about that. So there has been an increase in the senior citizens pension by $1,000 by this government, even in the face of we're in a recession, as said by Jawala Rambawan when Dr. Rowley and PNM came into office. He said they only have liquid cash for 3 days in the treasury. When all the money, Kamala and them spent it from every way you could think about. They left a 14% increase in salaries to the public officers. They tell you all companies, all like a drill, baby, and whenever, until 2024. In the space of all that, the PNM government was able to increase the senior citizens' pension by $1,000 again. So don't let Kamala Prasad Bisesa fool you all, because it does lie bad. So let me continue. So the situation with the incident with student at the time, Stuart Young, and an individual named Imran Khan, it still continues to get traction. And on Saturday, While giving, I just always say in life, it always has somebody to be a witness to the truth. Because Father Duvertile, who was the principal of St. Mary's College, is still alive. And at his sermon on Saturday, this is what he would have said. I and all was surprised that he's still alive. This is what he would have said, and that and all causing us too, because they want to say no, that the priest, he lied. You can't win with these people. So this was Father Duvertile speaking. This is the principal.
And there's an old German proverb I came across saying, the man who wields the sword of vengeance will be the first wounded by the sword. As a priest, I have the privilege, I have the happiness of forgiving sins with God in the sacrament of reconciliation. But a great joy I experienced was 33 years ago when I was the principal of St. Mary's College. The joy of forgiving. One boy clubbed another one on the head. After investigating, I can say that in the interests of justice and of compassion, I did not suspend him. I did not expel him. I did not stop him from doing his exams. I did not punish him in any way. I placed no record of the incident on the files. I was happy to acknowledge him. Great joy, sacrament of reconciliation. But a great joy I experienced was 33 years ago when I was the principal of St. Mary's College. The joy of forgiving. One boy clubbed another one on the head. After investigating, I can say that in the interests of justice and of compassion, I did not suspend him. I did not expel him. I did not stop him from doing his exams. I did not punish him in any way. I placed no record of the incident on the files. I was happy to acknowledge him as a St. Mary's College boy in good standing. The joy of being obliged, I can even say, to forgive. But today, 33 years later, in the interest of politics, the incident has been resurrected. And once more, I have the happiness of forgiveness. It's in this falsified version of events that those who lied, those who slandered, those who calumniated, those who led into error, persons who were eager to see evil, I forgive you all. And I hope God will forgive you. And so I pray now for you. May God enlighten your mind. May His face shine on you. May He give light to your mind. And before your death, replace the bitterness and the sadness in your heart by love and by peace. By love and by peace, so be it. Amen.
So, Robert, I'm seeing that you're saying that our old clip resurfaced. I saw that, but Calypso and Short Pants also said he can't remember the incident. So, what is it? He's saying he can't remember the incident, but he remember he not in agreement to the expulsion. It makes sense. I ain't taking no sides. At the end of the day, if the boy was expelled, it means to say some type of report was made, because in order to expel a child, you have to put it on the record. You can't expel a child just like that. Where is his record that shows that he was expelled? Anybody talking, they in contact with Imran Khan and his family in Canada? Because I understand his sister posted that. Why she posted, she will have to deal with the outcome and why she posted. But again, I'm saying let us think about this thing logically. If he was expelled, then that would have gone on his school record. Have they said it is on his school record? And if it go on his school record, then a report had to be made because that was physical assault. So I'll say at the end of all this, there's something that stands out to me. Because I heard Dominic Romaine speak about what happened after, because Prime Minister Young was in the school before Dominic Romaine even come there, probably about 2 or 3 years after Dominic King. And Dominic attested to the bullying that was happening there. So that is a thing like it was, I don't know if it was encouraged or it was just allowed to happen. But my point is this. If this Imran Khan was being bullied for 5 years, did he not complain to anybody? Did he not complain to his parents? So his parents are going to the school and have a discussion with the principal and whatever it is and bring it to light to everybody, because your child being bullied for 5 years and you know it and you ain't do anything about it. That is one, too. As I said, Dominic Romaine speak about the bullying happening at school. It looked like his boys interested to whatever they tell you, call it peer pressure, and some write a passage and whatever, and they rough and I'm sure if girls was in the school, it may not have been so bad. I don't know. But the thing is, bullying seemed to be what was happening at that school. So we're not going to put that out the door. But I'm saying again, look at the circumstances of the case. You've been bullied for 5 years and nobody ain't saying nothing. Your parents allow you to go to school every day for 5 years, 5 days a week, 365 how many days they take out vacation and all that, being bullied and then do nothing. 2, if he was expelled, was it on his school resume, his documents, something from the school, and was it reported to the police? Because I will tell you what, you can't justify bullying with premeditated coming to school or getting a baton somewhere in school and use that as a weapon. Bust where next boy head, you see him by himself. So today you say, when anybody I see from the crew, wherever it is licks. See, Stuart Young, the student, bust where he head. And according to Livewire, he hears some noise, he didn't see nothing, but he see Imran coming with a bloody baton in his hand, open the locker, rest it in the locker, lock back the locker and walk normal to the class. Nobody can tell me that is a justification for being bullied. Because at the end of the day, had he damaged Stuart Young, the student, brain damage, or probably unalive him, he would have made jail. Right? So let me be careful with the thing. Short Pants say he can't remember, but he remember the expel. He didn't agree with it. The priest is saying he didn't expel nobody, he didn't put nothing on the thing. If people want to go and investigate it, they go and check to see whether or not Imran Khan papers from school had the incident on it and he expelled. We could go from there. But one thing we know as a fact, is that Imran Khan had a baton, which is not a part of the school uniform, and he would have hit Stuart Young, the student, in the head and bust away his head. That is a fact. And what we know is another fact, because somebody testified to it, this live wire man who went to school, that he saw Imran Khan with the bloodied baton in his hand. He walked down, opened his locker, put it in it, lock it, and walked calmly back to his class. Those are two facts. You see everything else? And that is premeditated physical assault. It's not when they're teasing you and getting on, you grab something on the ground and you beat them or whatever. No, you get something after the fact. So you couldn't go to court if something had happened injurious, more injurious to Stuart Young, the student, and it went to the police. You couldn't go in court and stand up and say, as the lawyer pleading the case for your thing, he has been bullied for 5 years. And he just couldn't take it no more. And that's how he responded. The defendant lawyer going to ask, did he report the bullying to anybody? On the day that he hit Stuart Young in the head, was he being bullied? How did he end up with a baton in his hand? What did he do with the baton after? All these questions we ask, and your only conversation can be, he was being bullied, So let me be careful, So again, at the end of the day, I know two things are fact. One, come with a baton, whether you get it in school or not, which is not a part of the school equipment, and bust where next one head. The next thing I know as a fact, he walked, based on eyewitness report, he walked with a bloodied baton. For you to say the baton was bloody, it means blood dripping. And put it in the locker and went back to class. Think about an individual who doing that. Something right there too ain't too right. Okay, so we continue. And I'm seeing somebody's telling me that they don't get NIS, but they get 3,005. Yeah, well, I was speaking about those who get a senior citizen grant, because not everybody who gets senior citizen pension does get NIS, because remember, some of them never worked anywhere. And if some of them had worked, they may not have made all the payments of the NIS, so they might have gotten a lump sum, so they're only getting at 65 the senior citizens pension. So I was just talking about if you're getting two. Yeah? But at the end of the day, whether you're getting the two or not, the senior citizen pension was increased by $1,000 by the People's National Movement. And to Rick, you have to be an ass or a marble. Take a choice. Because PSA only have about 12,000 members, and the 12,000 paying members did not agree and give Felicia Thomas the authority to go and join the UNC. So get that out of your head. And that has nothing to do with the 80 or 70,000 public officers. Get that out of your stupid head. Yeah? The 2,000 people who vote for Felicia Thomas is from WASA. If WASA want to go UNC, that's them business. That has nothing to do with PSA. So let's stop wilding up on yourself. Public officers didn't agree to vote for no UNC. Public officers didn't agree for Felicia Thomas to go on a stage to talk nothing about no politics. If the people in WASA who vote for Shady 2000 would have sit down and must see Trump up, because when there was counting votes, I understand the other teams wasn't there, so they could have do anything with the count. So don't get too hype up and think that PSA go on UNC. Felicia Thomas, the jackass, and some others, and must see the 2000 from WASA, I don't know if they are them. Not going to be the public service, right? So let me get that out of the way. And as for me over Venezuela, let me tell you something. Before your indentured Indian laborers family come here, the dad is from India, and before my enslaved African ancestors came here, the people who were living here and traversing here was from Venezuela, the indigenous peoples, the Caribs, the Arawak, the Tanos, the Katana. That was there. This was there. Yeah, this was where they used to travel through, right? So know some history. So let me continue. So there seemed to be some discontent in the UNC camp. And she's more than Duncy, Shireen. I go come to she just now. She more than Duncy. That's not just Duncy. Even Close Clip have more sense than she. Because Close Clip was open and close with a purpose to hook up close. So this was 30th of March, CNC3, discontent in the UNC as Kamala reveals more candidates. As news spread that restaurant Pare, Anita Haynes Allen and Jaiwanti Lashmidial were rejected by the UNC National Executive and will not be contesting the Miaro, Tabakit, and Naparima seat respectively, long-standing party members expressed frustration and disappointment over the decision. But the thing about it all, they will still vote UNC. Nicholas Morris has been selected for Miaro, while Dr. Narendra Rupnarayan has been given a Naparima seat, ahead of Kamani Raj, who was endorsed by former Naparima MP Nazim Bash. A source told Guardian Media that Pare was informed via WhatsApp chat that he has not been selected. Pare, in a statement, expressed gratitude to Miaro residents, saying, "Serving the people of Miaro has been the greatest honor of my life, and over the years I have worked alongside many dedicated citizens, standing up for the issues that matters most and striving to make a meaningful difference in our community." He expressed gratitude for the trust placed in him, saying, "Your resilience and determination have been my greatest inspiration. While this chapter may be closing, my commitment to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago is far from over. The journey continues, and I look forward to the opportunities ahead to keep working for the progress and prosperity of our nation." He ended his statement saying, "This is not goodbye, but rather see you soon." Meanwhile, Anita Haynes could not be reached for comment, but sources close to her said she decided to defer comments as well. While Parent and Haynes' Allen rejection were unexpected, party sources said some were expecting Lashmidial Ramdial to be given Naparima after she was sidelined from the San Fernando West seat in which she was been active since 2020. An official from Naparima expressed discontent in a message saying, "The announcement that the candidate for Naparima has left us deeply disappointed yet again. At this point, we find ourselves at a loss, uncertain for the next steps to take. Perhaps the best course of action is to let this election run its course and observe how events unfold. As we brace ourselves for another term in opposition, it is clear that we must regroup and devise a solid plan to replace the current leadership with individuals who possesses a strong vision for the future." Kamala has once again maneuvered skillfully to suppress her own supporters, perfecting the art of remaining in opposition. And again, we would have seen Guardian Media was reliably informed that Vijay Gosain was selected for Kumuta Manzalina, and on Saturday night, Prasad Bisesa announced Roger Alexander as the candidate for Tanapuna, but party insiders claim he was never screened according to process. The source also claimed that Alexander was not the only enforcement officer being chosen to contest the election for the UNC, which has built its campaign on failed national security and the collapse of the economy. The source said Deodat Dolal Chan, a former assistant police commissioner, is being considered for the seat of Chaguanas West. Earlier this week, UNC launched a general election campaign at Naparima College in San Fernando, introducing several candidates. Prasad Bisesa indicated plans to roll out additional candidates daily, leading to nomination day on April the 4th. And again, my thing is, don't get confused with these people. Don't get hyped up with them. At the end of the day, they will still go and vote UNC. That has nothing to do with me. PNM people have to come out in the numbers and vote resoundingly, encourage your training, grandchildren, everybody to come out and vote. Don't get tired. Even in those constituencies that are considered UNC stronghold, PNM people come out and vote in your numbers. Let PNM get the, we call it, the something popular vote. So that is Kamala there, that is contented, but is still voting. Then somebody else write and say, spiteful Kamala. All kind of thing them say. But them doing a thing. So me getting caught up with that, but it's good reading. The song's nice. 13 hours ago, Spiteful Kamala by Kamari Rodriguez. I'm going to read you the whole thing. It's 3 minutes long. Words of praise, this was in Trinidad Express. Words of praise and support flowed yesterday for former Miaro MP Rushland Pare, who has been booted out by the United National Congress as a prospective candidate for the April 28 general elections. The announcement was made on Saturday night at the UNC campaign meeting in Sandy Grande. Pare has been replaced by Nicholas Morris, despite apparent support for the incumbent. Morris has once the party's youth arm chairman and currently listed as international relations officer on its website. Pare is one of the 5 UNC MP labeled as dissidents, following their open criticism of leadership of the UNC Kamala Prasad Bisesa. As news of his replacement spread, several of Pare's colleagues and those openly critical of the party called the decision an act of political spite against the MP, who they said has taken the risk of questioning the party and its political leader. So they see that as spite. So I am seeing that some analysts, I don't have to say it's analysts, who analysts saying, as I just read, former acting superintendent, I think Roger Alexander, has been chosen to go up against MP Esmond-Ford in Tanapuna. Well, I hear all I do is just energize Tanapuna people. All I do is energize PNN people in Tanapuna. Because I great disrespect to them in the first place. Alexander don't live in Tanapuna. MP Esmond-Ford has lived in Tanapuna, continue to live in Tanapuna. Everybody know he. And just want to drop somebody who will live in there just so. Nobody knows that UNC was never in nothing in UNC. That is a great disrespect to Tanapuna people. That way want to give for representation. Well, I understand PNM Tanapuna people say is a voting with a vengeance. They say Alexander might lose the deposit. So some analysts saying it is a strategy. I read the whole thing because let me tell you something. These people, these analysts are them in right. This is the Guardian. Analyst Alexander Tanapuna. Alexander in Tanapuna is strategic move by UNC. A strategic move to lose your deposit. Two political analysts have described, and I will read the name of them just now. Two political analysts have described the United National Congress selection of former senior superintendent Roger Alexander to contest the People's National Movement held Tanapuna seat as a strategic move. Alexander was unveiled as the UNC candidate during a meeting at the Northeastern College Sandy Grande on Saturday night. Telling the crowd that everybody has asked him why he jumped into politics from the TTPS, he explained. You listen to different leaders and you choose the one that is aligned with your vision and your dream for a better TNT. That alone has me concerned. He assured that once he's elected, Tanapuna business owners will feel safe and no longer have to pay any money demanded by the criminal elements. Contacted yesterday, political analyst Dr. Winford James, you hear who it is? Said he believed Alexander was chosen specifically to deal with Tanapuna, which is deemed a crime hotspot area and was a strategic move by UNC-led Kamla Prasad. I suppose he is as good and knows how to keep a neighborhood safe. No, he alone go keep the neighborhood safe. He go walk around because he's big. He go walk around the whole of Tanapuna and keep it safe. And certainly what some of the policing measures should be. I'm sure she has also chosen somebody who's widely known. And he may not be widely known for good things. So Wilford James, pat down with your shit. And I think widely respected as well. You really think. If you are not going to only, if you are going not to only with a party, but also with a representative of the party, then you might say that Senior Superintendent Alexander is an asset. Let me see the next one. Also weighing in was political scientist Dr. Vishnu Raghunath, who said Alexander may have a significant amount of popularity, but this was not within the political realm. So, as I say again, I get news from Tanapuna, the constituency say, they ain't taking that disrespect. They're coming out in the numbers and they will teach the UNC a lesson for being disrespectful. But I would like to ask, with all due respect, to former senior superintendent, Mr. Roger Alexander, who is now in the political arena, going up for Tanapuna as a candidate. With all due respect, sir, what is your thought on domestic violence? What is your thought on that? What vision you have to treat your domestic violence? Do you agree with domestic violence? Do you know persons who involve themselves in domestic violence? I'm just asking a question because you're constituent, your candidate now, you're there and people can ask you questions. So let me continue. Let me tell you how spiteful a Kamla Prasad Bissessar is. Let me tell you how spiteful. And she don't like nobody. because is the pundit who come and say, no, she don't even help the poor Indian people. She don't help nobody. She don't help no Hindu. She don't get nothing for them. She don't give them work, nothing at all. So all who looking for help. This was 2011. Guardian. Government shut down El Dorado Youth Camp. The El Dorado Youth Development Apprenticeship Center has been shut down to make way for the establishment of a nursing and healthcare education and training facility. Cabinet Minute number 1137, which has been obtained by Sunday Guardian, confirmed the closure and transfer of the center to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Tertiary Education. Cabinet ratified the decision on May the 12th after it was considered on May the 5th. The Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs was previously responsible for the center that was established in 2008 for abused and underprivileged girls between the ages of 15 to 17 to learn a skill of their choice. The 2-year program allows the girls to acquire certification in 6 trade skills, areas bookbinding, viticulture, food preparation, electrical installation, garment construction, and computer studies, earning a monthly stipend of $800. The closure of the center has left both staff and new batch of trainees who were expected to start the semester on January 1st in limbo. Senator Penelope Beckers, who questioned government's motive, raised concerns over the failure of the center in Parliament last week. Beckers said the center was the only female institution that allowed underprivileged girls the opportunity to learn a skill in residential setting. She called on the government to come clean on what plans were on stream for the center. While the cabinet note does not state any plans for the center and its staff, Line Minister Kazim Farim, now responsible for the center, is assuring that no one will be displaced by the move. He said plans are on stream to absorb all trainees and staff into new facilities. The cabinet note stated that the ministry commitment to rationalize and expand nursing and healthcare, education and training at the national level, they cited 5 reasons for the decision. It is granted. Employee who spoke to Sunday Guardian under the condition of anonymity said, "We have been treated with total disrespect. No one has told us anything. We are all continue to hear. All we continue to hear is that the center is expected to open soon. Then last week we were told it was not going to reopen. Girls have been calling since January to start the program, and we cannot give them any assistance when we are going to take them. Over 60% have been interviewed, and we are unable to assist them at this time. This center not only allows the girls to learn skills, but some of them have also excelled at the ordinary level examination," the employee said. Presently, 2 former trainees were pursuing programs at the University of the West Indies Open Campus. People must understand that depending on situation, children face a special setting. It is required for them to excel. It was in 2002, the United National Congress also took a decision to shut down the male youth camp in Tobago and Chagaramas. I could talk about this personally. I wasn't the employee who gave that report, but I was an employee of El Dorado Girls Youth Camp, the largest youth camp in the Caribbean and Trinidad and Tobago. Could hold about 250 girls. When the UNC came into office, let me tell you what they do. They just move in the youth camp, they didn't tell workers nothing. Yeah, I tell you now, yeah? We reached the where we couldn't go on the compound because it was renovating. Although we had just renovated, they renovated, so it was a construction thing, so you couldn't reach it. So we had to stand up like if we was animal in the sun when we come to the workplace. They take all the files, all the work files, and throw it out the drawer and throw them all over the ground. All over the ground, people walking on it, kicking it, the workers, the workmen and them walking on it, all that. How I end up getting my national insurance document is somebody called me and say, "Look, they see some document, a letter from NIB on the thing." I said, "What mean get?" I tell them, keep it from when I get it, have footprint all over it. And it was information from national insurance for me to come in to treat with my payments and all that. That's how they treat workers. They never tell me nothing. And when you're talking about they would displace them, the girls and them never get placed no way. The workers and them get displaced and was all over the place. One of my co-workers get a heart attack because you know how it is. You're working there for so much years. The place was like a home because it was like a family. Everybody working wanted for these girls to excel. The cooks, the directors, the cleaners, the tradesmen who were there. It was a family. And to just see, they just come just and take out thing from the kitchen, throw it outside, take this train, and nobody telling you nothing. And she's seeing that every day. She started to take it on, she got a heart attack. Thank God she didn't die from it, she got a heart attack. People was anxious, they was under stress, nobody tell. The permanent secretary can't tell you nothing. The DPS can't tell you nothing. The head of HR can't tell you nothing. And every day you come into work wondering if this is the day they go tell you how to go home. That is how Kamala Prasad says I care about train and care about people working in this country. Them could come around me and talk. I could talk from experience with El Dorado Girls Youth Camp. You are telling all you? All right. And when the nursing training center they open, it had nothing going on there. Because when the nurses start to go there, they start to complain about the health and safety. And we was like, but they now fix it all, got health and safety issue. Ting wasn't working on that. The wicked, all the area we had a savannah of it. All the other countries to come up, we had a sports day. We had all the land in the back, the girls and them used to plant. All to the front had trees and all that. So it was a nice green area, green space area. UNC come and they concrete every blasted thing, cut down every tree and everything. Them care about anybody. Let me continue. So, Barbara Burke is threatening to take Prime Minister Young to court. And what she threatening to take him to court for? Let me see if I find it here. I don't know if them reading and understanding they didn't finish. I don't know. I don't get it. Right? So let me read what Barbara Burke is saying. This is the Daily Express. 14 hours ago, well, again, it's not 14 hours ago. Grayburg threatens to take Stewart to court. That's what it's saying. Archbishop Barbara Gray Burke has taken issue with Prime Minister Stuart Young's proposal to remove the term Shouter Baptist, saying that she is willing to take the matter as far as the Privy Council to protect it. I wish she could buy a visa. He is an individual and he is free to make any statements he would like to make. The same way I'm free to disagree with it and to take it to court and go as far as the Privy Council if need be. Because I will not see that removed. Shouter represents the legacy of resilience following the repeal of the Shouter Prohibition Ordinance. It is part of our history. It makes our own struggles. It makes up our own struggles. So personally, I was terribly hurt to hear Mr. Young talking in that manner. He said he was born in Belmont and grew up in this country. So he now knows about our history. So no one must assume he knows how important the word. So one must assume he knows how important the word is to us, Grayburg said. Shout. Why African people, some of them just show the ignorance. So? Grayburg made a comment in response to a recent remark by Prime Minister Stuart Young, who suggested removing the word shouter from the name of the Spiritual Baptist holiday. 29 years since Spiritual Shouter Baptist Day was declared a holiday in this country, Archbishop Barbara Gray Burke says she will continue to fight for the rights of members of the religion as far as she lives. As long as she lives. Speaking with the Express yesterday, Gray Burke said that the group had gone through so much, and while there was much to celebrate, she wanted the younger generation to remember where they came from and what the elders went through. We love our parents and foreparents, and we know the trouble they went through. The history is there. I once knew a lady who was a part of a group that was in a prayer meeting, and the police came and arrested them. They took them to the station, and then the officers were not satisfied with that, and they wet them while in the cell. There was another guy. Okay. So, in my opinion, Barbara Burke, Gray Burke, Archbishop, she's kind of mixing up the thing. The same way how we doesn't want we, as descendants of enslaved people, call we the N-word, because it was derogatory. We go by African descendant. To me, Shouter Baptist. The shouter is discriminatory, insultive, and degrading, and they would prefer I get Spiritual Baptist, because that is what he faith, Spiritual Baptist. The word shouter was put as a negative connotation to mock them because they shout and clap their hand and sing. It wasn't meant to empower them. Anywho, she said she's willing to take this to Privy Council, and I want to know what Barbara Burke taken to Privy Council, because this is what Prime Minister Young said. This is what he said. Tell me how this could offend any Baptist person. I don't get it. This was in the Guardian. It says here, Prime Minister Stuart Young has urged the nation to take a deeper look at the long journey of the spiritual Baptist community, reflecting on the hardships endured by its early devotees and the lasting generational effect of such trauma, as revealed by psychological research. This must not be swept under any proverbial carpet and must not be underestimated, Prime Minister Young said in his message for Spiritual Baptist Day. Prime Minister Young said in order to begin such awareness and healing, a first step, he will request the National Library NALIS to organize a series of monthly discussions across the country on the struggle and triumph of the spiritual Baptist community and other significant junctures in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. There is much to be learned and highlighted from the struggles, the faithful continued worship, and the strength of our spiritual Baptist brothers and sisters, and I celebrate and I salute them, he said in a statement. He called on the nation to intensify the popularization of our history. Prime Minister Young hailed the government recognition of the importance of the contribution made by the spiritual Baptist community, and thus partnered with the faith leaders to establish their cathedral, administrative complex, and heritage park. In 2019, Young, at the time, Prime Minister Young said, state land was made available for the construction of this project, and today the government has provided grant funding of $20 million towards the realization of the project. Right, so let me see what again he would have said. Musa. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, please. Give me a minute. All right, so let me see if I could find it somewhere else. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord. No. Too much to tell Jesus. Give me a minute. Let me see if I can find it here. Right. Too much to tell Jesus.
And as I spoke to my cabinet colleagues this week, I proposed to them, and then of course, our guidance when it comes to the spiritual Baptist faith. We are fortunate to have Minister Cummings amongst us. And I said, colleagues, why do we still have the terminology Shouter Baptist? Because you see, to me, Shouter Baptist was a colonial term, as was done by the colonialists, cast upon us and cast upon those, that is you and your flock, many decades ago, worshipping your God, our God, in the way that you chose to. And in Trinidad and Tobago, certainly under this government that I lead, every creed and race and every religious worship must be allowed to worship in the way that you please and in the way that you want to worship your God. So I said, let us ask our brothers and sisters in the spiritual Baptist faith whether it is something as you meet amongst yourselves, because it is your decision. It is your decision to take whether it is not something that we in 2025 should break that shackle of colonialism off of you. And you all should be known formally and legally as the spiritual Baptist faith. But that is not a decision for us. That is your decision. And as I...
What it is exactly is Barbara we're going to take to court. Where the Prime Minister saying, consider it, but it's all a decision, not mine. All a decision. Because Shouter Baptist was a negative connotation. All a decision. All a decision to make, not with me. Meaning that they could say them like it just so they like it. So what Barbara we're going to take to the Privy Council? In fact, what she's going to take to the Magistrate Court and High Court of Appeal, and if she lost, they will ever go to Privy. Too much to tell Jesus. Let me just read this to Archbishop Barbara Burke, if she didn't know. Woosa! Give me a minute. Give me a minute. All over it have writings that show that the word shouter was not anything complimentary when they spoke about the spiritual Baptists. It was a way to mock them, a way to make them feel that what they're doing is something wrong and something they should be ashamed of. The word shouter. And all the Prime Minister said, because written in documents, that speaks to that. All the Prime Minister said, would you all not think about it amongst your flock, amongst all yourself, and think if that word shouter, he ain't say Baptist, it's really shouter he on. So when he said change the name of Shouter Baptist, I don't know if that is all she hear with she ignorant, I have to call her ignorant, with she ignorant self and saying he want to change it. But I would like to ask, Barbara Burke, with all due respect, some questions. Just some questions, because she seems to be always out there speaking on behalf of the Baptist community. So just listen to Miss Campbell. This is a young lady from Tobago. I understand she's doing medicine. Let me see if I can get her here.
Can I tell you a lot of women find... They said Trinidad and Tobago have a literacy rate of 99%, but I feel they ratchet them figures. That could never be right, because I am of the firm belief many of the people in this population cannot read, write, and understand simple text, simple information presented to them. Let me give you a simple example, right? English language again, right? So there was a celebration for Spiritual Baptist, Shouter Baptist Liberation Day, right? And in speaking to the Baptist community, when our Prime Minister, General Siotion, gave his feature address, he said that we should re-examine the name Shouter that was given to the holiday, because it was a derogatory term used to describe the loudness of the Spiritual Baptist or Orisha Baptist worship and the rituals, and so that was literally a derogatory term. And we named the holiday after that derogatory term, whatever the colonialists come up with, we run with, right? So in everything, you re-examine, you change, you become enlightened, and you realize that why we're still calling it Shouter Baptist Day when Shouter was also a term used to discriminate against persons of the Baptist faith. So he said that people on the internet now go come and say why he trying to intervene in religious affairs and he shouldn't change the name of the people. How that is the name of the faith? Which Baptist actually identifies as a shouter Baptist? I know it's a spiritual Baptist, Shango Baptist, Orisha Baptist. Correct me if I'm wrong, but on any form, has anyone ever identified themselves as a shouter Baptist? No, I doesn't understand all that because plenty of others listen, but not to understand. Or they listen to comments. Or they listen. I wouldn't even call that listening or they hearing like something coming through this ear and went straight up this next one, whoosh. Or they get it together. Listen carefully. Listen to understand. Or they embarrassing out here.
Right. The young lady could not have said it better. She held back the obscenity. I was happy with that because I forgot she had that little part there. We don't want to disrespect anybody on the holiday. But Barbara Buck can't finish, Barbara Buck go on now. Barbara Buck is complaining now. Them ain't get enough money. I don't know who is it there. Because I see the Baptist community collected a check, I think, for 10 million and say help them and the billing they just Me didn't see she there. So if she has different kind, I don't know. So she complaining now. She ain't get enough money. Hey, Lord Father. Let me read it. 10 hours ago in the Guardian, it says it's not 10 again, it's more than that right now. Right up in going up there to before recruit at Chinese Baptist Association. I was like blown out of the world, like Chinese. Okay. So this spiritual Baptist leader unhappy with government funding. Did you see they put Shouter Baptist? Are we beggars? Challenging Culture Minister Randall Mitchell to answer this question yesterday, as she said they had not applied for any funding this year. Archbishop Barbara Grayburg said the measly offer from the government of $30,000 to host 2025 Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day celebration in Mosika was too little and insulting. But ain't she calling for the word shouter? So how she put the 30,000 that the government gave to host the shouter spiritual Baptist? Why she put shouter? You want to go and fight in Privy Council for the Prime Minister just suggesting or like a think about removing shouter, but you're referring to all yourself in the article as the same thing he said all you should refer to all yourself to. You said spiritual Baptist. I did not apply for one, Red Sandberg said during observances at the Empowerment Hall at the Church and Rosen Highway. So if you did not apply for a cent and you get 30,000, what you complaining about? Now you have me shouting. Tell them to keep your 30,000 bucks said. Her fraction had managed to pull off their celebration through God's blessing. Looking ahead, she said, I will show you how God will bless us. And that is the thing. If the government gives any religious organization, any organization money, whoever it is, it's not to be dependent on the government. Get corporate sponsor, members who are spiritual Baptists, they contribute, business people and all that. So the government give you 30,000. You never apply for it, but you complain about it, and they say you don't need it, and all they carry it out through the faith. You see how God works. Well, that is affirmation of your faith there. What you're writing and quarreling about. I want to ask Ms. Burke something. Because remember, she was very proud. Went under, because she was a UNC senator, went under, I think, because of her activism, if I'm not saying, that she was one of the front runners in us getting this holiday, right? So she gets she pips for that. Get your roses and your flowers for that, ma'am. But she would have also gotten money to build school and this and whatever. I want to ask Archbishop Barbara Gray Burke, with all due respect, because the primary school name after she too, St. Barbara. After she. What is the success rate of the children in that school? SCA exams and all that. What is the rate of the success? Because I see in here, in 2014, Guardian, Baptist PTA, RIF goes to Teachers Service Commission. So here the bacchanal. The PTA protested on Friday, calling for the removal of the chairman of the school board, Archbishop Barbara Gray Burke. They held placards as their children stood in front of them during a protest outside the school at Maloney on Friday morning. Nigel Thompson, who has 3 sons at the school, expressed outrage over what he described as neglect of the school needs. Thompson, the vice president of the PTA, said the school often ran out of light bulbs, markers for whiteboards, ink for printers, and other necessary items, leaving parents and teachers to purchase them. Barbara Gray Burke has refused to meet with us despite many requests that she do so, Thompson said. The catalyst for the protest was the cancellation of a spiritual Baptist celebration for pupils. Thompson said teachers and parents had spent weeks preparing to stage a reenactment of a traditional spiritual Baptist Thanksgiving for pupils. But the day before, Gray Burke called the school to prohibit the activity. The children came in their dresses and their head wraps made by their parents. They were excited for the activity and they came here to do nothing, Thompson said. Bedia Ram Sudar said, how to put the whole name in one? Bedia Ram Suhar said, the school was being allowed to deteriorate. Gray Burke shut down the cafeteria, she said. She said the cleaning service at the school would be discontinued. Teachers are left without supplies and she is against all extracurricular activities for the students. I am a parent. I have 4 children attending this school and I am concerned at the things that goes on here. The school has 6 teachers and approximately 250 pupils. Gray Burke, that is Archbishop Barbara Gray Burke, was a United National Congress senator between 1995 and 2000. The 2,000 square foot building was completed in 3 months by Super Industrial Services Limited 2012. Who is Super Industrial Services Limited? SIS? And they say it is alleged, like Kamala, alleged favorite contractor, and it is alleged that is who built Shipping Palace. I just asking a question. So Barbara Gray Burke seemed to be a problem. That was asked where the success at she school. Because like she want to micromanage everything. You was a teacher? You have any certification in teaching or administration? You're getting all up in the school and the parents and the teachers? Where the money they give you do with it? Why the school falling apart? We don't hear nothing about that school at all. But you look now. Oh yeah. Hey! Too much to tell Jesus. So let me go to PSA quickly. So this girl who is the president of PSA, who they say 2,000 people vote for. As a PSA president, my conversation would have been different. But you see, once you step on the political platform, you're a politician. You want to be a politician. You want to get into politics. If I could talk about Kamala, make a talk about you too. And you're dumb like a doorbell. And even a close clip. Hammer. Who are you? Hey! So this is she. Hey! Yes, she.
You see all that talk about my party. his government from office. Well, let me tell you something. I sit down good. And yellow is the code. You see all that.
I want to tell Felicia Thomas, is a real ass. A couple of things I will tell you. The PSA, the Public Service Association, does not have a political fund. And if the PSA, not the PSA, no, the president of PSA want to get into politics, they're on their own. She got no directive from the General Council, from the Conference of Delegates, or PSA members that were interested in joining with the UNC, because the members of PSA who paid $100, they come from different political groupings. Some like PNM, some like UNC. Some don't like UNC, some don't like PNM. It has some people don't vote, some people don't have time, wherever it is. It's all type of people make up the public service. Men, women, different ethnic groups, different sexual orientation, different religious affiliation. So you cannot discriminate to make one group feel less than the next group. So I keep asking again, is Felicia Thomas saying that the people in the PSA who are PNM supporters, because you know they like to say PNM supporters is African people and Indian people is UNC supporters. So are they going to discriminate against you as a PNM, or they think you as a PNM, so you ain't gonna get good representation? But if you're perceived as a UNC because of probably your surname and how you present, that you will get all the help. So now I tell that girl is a complete ass. Now she talking about your man and your man. I wanted to tell you, and a child and a child and a child and a child, tell with the father. And a child and a child and a child and a child and a child, tell with his father. And a child and a child and a child and a child and a child, tell with the father. I want people, public officers, to know Felicia Thomas was right there with Watson Solomon Duke. She was the General Secretary. Leroy Baptiste was the paid consultant while still working at WASA. And they sat there with Watson Solomon Duke, and anybody to be blamed for public officers still on 2013 salary is the three of them: Watson Solomon Duke, Felicia Thomas, and Leroy Baptiste. Anybody to be blamed for where we at right now is the three of them, and I will show you how is the three of them. And the next thing again, you hang around all of them, and you up there, weave and all kind of thing. Yeah, you looking nice, somebody say no. And it's alleged you still a temporary worker in WASA. So all them years you under Juke ass. Juke can get you permanent. And people are here who, the people get them permanent. You are permanent yet in WASA. All them years you spend in PSA as General Secretary, First Vice President or President of PSA, you are permanent in WASA. It is alleged you're still temporary. It is alleged you still have mortgage to pay. You have to be real stupid. That's why I say close clip have more use. You can just hang up clothes. You want to get in the political arena? People, let me show to all you how Felicia Thomas, Leroy Baptiste, and Watson Solomon Duke is responsible for us still being on 2013 salary. Let me show you how. This was Watson Solomon Duke speaking in 2019. This is what he said.
That all public servants, all workers in the country know that the government has made an offer. I have not even looked at the offers yet, I know they have made one. And I will look at it next year. I'm not worrying myself right now, because I know they are on folly. When we look at it next year, we will decide whether we'll accept the offer or not. So that's what I'm saying for now.
That was in 2019. Listen to Watson Solomon joke in 2020.
Financial change. Job security is coming. And as long as God continues to bless me with strength and the foresight, I intend to lead the charge that will make all public servants better off. To commence with, I recall my last message to you, a Christmas Day message, where I told you all about salary negotiations and that we have an offer and that I will make the offer known to all public servants, one and all, whenever we are going to meet the CPO. I want to let you know I'm still holding to that. And before I tell you the latest revelation on that and give you a sneak peek as to when we will meet in the CPO and thus when the offer will be opening, I want to take your mind back to a few details. If you are sitting at your desk, take a pen out, take a piece of paper out, and write down these figures. You see, when this PSA meets with the CPO, we do so on a high level, with a certain level of dignity, with a certain level of competence, with the ability to lead you, not to mislead you.
That joke in 2020. So listen proper what he said. In 2019. He said that he got an offer 19 he said that he got an
Ready, ready, show me who ready, ready, show me who ready, ready. This is the time, this is the place. The future is here, no time to waste. We build on the strength of those who trod this road before. Coming again, coming again. Cause I feel the light shining so bright in me heart and we soul. Red, black and white, together we strong. Come sun, come rain, cause it's blood in we veins. We all are the same. You don't know we ready already. Ting and set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already. Ting and set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. We under the same sky, feeling the same things. The movement is forward, we all want the same thing. Together we aspire, so we must achieve. Call the red army, the whole of TNT. So show them we ready already, the thing done set already.
And I want to close and send a message to the red. Because they say I didn't sit down in the seat good yet when I made the statement that my first objective is to remove an oppressive government. And yellow is the code. You see all that.
So as I say, and I'll say it again, she is no longer the president of PSA, so she don't deserve no type of respect because she no longer representing all members of PSA, because PSA members, as I was saying before, come from different political affiliations, spiritual affiliations, sexual orientation, different races, different socioeconomic class and all that. There's a wide range of people who make up the members of our membership organization, the PSA. And if she has taken a stand supporting the UNC, it means to say, logically, she will have no care for the people in red. So the members who, they always say PNM people is African people. So the people who are the African surname and who look like me, we could very well say we will get no support, no representation from the PSA and Felicia Thomas and she executive. Because all we were still interested in is seeing about UNC issues. But I've said before, PSA does not have a political fund for the union to get involved in no politics. Felicia Thomas did not come to General Council, which is the second highest body of the union, to ask if she could drag PSA into politics. She then go to the conference of delegates, which is the highest body of the union, to ask a question. Because the executive is the third body, you know. The executive is guided to do what they do by the General Council, and then it's ratified by the conference. So them in how the kind of weight them feel they have, you know. So she going on a platform there. I don't know if the rest of she executive was there and talking this big brash way. She never went industrial court and handled a matter for a public officer. She never even go in front of the Equal Opportunity Commission and handle successfully a matter for a public officer. What grievance has she represented members in the executive of the PSA? That's why I say she's a dunce. And even close clip better than she. Because if it is true she is saying she's a temporary worker in Massa, you on that juke All them time as General Secretary, and you are there permanent? You under Leroy Baptiste, all them time as first vice president, and it's let you still a mortgage to pay when other people walking and think nice with them. So you have to be a real dunce. And they sing about my man and my man and my man and my man. Stop that bullshit. I sing my child, my child, my child, my child. Who is the father? My child, my child, my child, my child, my child. Who is the father? And child, my child, my child, my child, my child. Who is the father? We asking question because you know you don't want to be no president of PSA. You want to be any political hustle. And if you could talk about Kamala and Jaiwan, tell all them, who is you? Who is you? That was saying is a dance, but I want to show people who it is have public officers still working on 2013 salary. So when they come to all with the bullshit, but the UNC go get 10%. 10% getting from where? 10% for the period 2014, 16, and 17, 19. Where they getting the money from? And I will show earlier how Felicia Thomas, Watson, Solomon Drew, and Leroy Baptiste could have settled our negotiation for the period 14, 16, and 17, 19 may have been also settled. So we're not just have outstanding 2020, 22, and 23, 25. So when you see them, tell them it's them how we are under the government. And when they were saying, oh, the CPO wasn't meeting with them and all that, the blasted liar go surely that too. She was right there. She was right there with joke. Leroy Baptiste was right there and they didn't do nothing for public officers. Where Pamela go get the money from when she running all the want to run all the old company, making kuchu and bacchanal between everybody. Where she go make the money from? She have a tree in the Philippines? She have a tree in the Philippines, she go pick the money from? Or when she sit down, she just pass out money? Where you get the money from for no 10%? Let me show you how Felicia Thomas and them wicked and sing that tell she. The tears are the public officers, those who retire from the public service and can't get the money, go fall on you. When Leroy Baptiste and Watson Solomon Drew pass, he go meet you because the upholder is worse. It's worse than the Tiffany is upholder. Let me show you again how we matter could have been settled long time. You're talking about man and a man and a man, and they send but the code is yellow. I hope when you start to see yellow in your backside, you have penicillin. I hope when you see yellow, you have penicillin and antibiotics. Because red is life and blood, you know. When you see red, you know it's healthy. So let me show you. This is Watson Drew in 2019. She was right there up under him as the General Secretary. And when I break down the line, I will start it again. Because we will just go back and watch it in peace. But I'll start it again. This nasty, worthless girl. Yeah? This piece of nastiness. Listen to Drew 29.
That all public servants, all workers in the country know that the government has made an offer. I have not even looked at the offers yet. I know they have made one. And I will look at it next year. I'm not worrying myself right now because I know they are on folly. When we look at it next year, we will decide whether we'll accept the offer or not. So that's what I'm saying for now.
Like 2019, he said he get an offer, and the offer he talking about is a percentage, and the period he talking about is 2014, 2016. The offer came from the Minister of Finance, who does directly CPO. So he get an offer. He saying he opening it now. He go open it the next year. He came in 2020.
Financial change. Job security is coming. And as long as God continues to bless me with strength and the foresight, I intend to lead the charge that will make all public servants better off. To commence with, I recall my last message to you, a Christmas Day message, where I told you all about salary negotiations and that we have an offer, and that I will make the offer known to all public servants, one and all, whenever we are going to meet the CPO.
Madam Speaker,
I want to let you know
it is with a particular sense of pride and satisfaction
as to when we will meet the CPO, and thus when the offer will be opening. I want to take your mind back to a few details. If you are sitting at your desk, take a pen out, take a piece of paper out and write down these figures. You see, when this PSA meets with the CPO, we do so on a high level, with a certain level of dignity, with a certain level of competence, with the ability to lead you, not to mislead you.
Right, he say in 2020, if all what you take it mark 2020, that when he go to the meeting, so it means it's more than one time he meeting with the CPO. When he go to the meeting with the CPO, he will open the envelope and show us there, because we used to go to sit down to listen to negotiation, and he will tell the general public service who are members, who are not a part of general council, and who then come to the meeting, what the offer was for 2014-16. Up to this day, we in 2025, Watson Solomon Group never tell we nothing. And Felicia Thomas was right there, that stinking dirty girl, talking about man and man and man. Man and man and man, and code is yellow, your old dirtiness. You was right there. We could have settled with negotiation, you ain't do nothing. You're right on that juke. I want to come to tell me what 10% with the UNC, and we code is yellow. You old, look now. They were saying the CPO wasn't meeting. Yeah, the CPO wasn't meeting with them, but he was having meetings. Listen to this. I want to tell you. Let me tell you something. Whoa. One to them, boy. Look, he even make jerseys.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Whenever you're looking at this video, I want you to know that on this Tuesday, we'll be meeting the CPO. And we have our jerseys ready, back of PSA Power at the back of them. We run Chisholm. The jerseys are simply priced at cost price. $60 for one, $100 for two. That's TT. So this Tuesday, come out, bring a friend. Remember, bring 3 people with you. It's PSA Power. We run Chisholm. Let's take back lost property with a passion. See you on Tuesday. Reach at the PSA for 8 a.m. Thank you.
Right? How they can blame the CPO for not sitting on a meeting with the union when he's selling jerseys for we to buy to go the Tuesday to meet and sit down with the CPO? $60 for one and $100 for two. Felicia Thomas was right there. So she can't come now to be telling a public officer, but no UNC gonna give me no 10%. How much percentage did the Minister of Finance offer the PSA when she was right there as the General Secretary for the period 2014-16? We hear was 9%. That was actually the tears of public officers who retire go fall and she go meet it, she go suffer. I saying so. Look on the proof right here. She was right there too. Let me tell you how sting this. We used to pay $50 a month in the PSA on Miss John Properties Primus. We used to have sports day, Queen Show, Region, Lyman on the rooftop, thing to drink, thing this, everything for $50. Used to have Burgess's money to rent from members who try and pass common entrance. Used to get grant. Used to have Christmas party, hamper, all that for be $50. When this PNM government come in and pay the 14%, this dirty stinking joke under Felicia Lim raise the money just at $100. If we just say it come out with salary, he never keep a meeting, he never asks nothing. They just send a letter to the ministries and them, and they come out with money just $100. So Felicia Thomas could come to stand up man and man and man. You piece of dirtiness. You're going in politics, well you go get politics so because you're wicked. I shouting today because they're nasty. Bunch of stinkness. You want to go up there and talk about yellow and code is yellow? Talk to people and tell people why you still have we in 2013 so we can play all the evidence to show we did get a settlement and we hear was 9%. Or then take it. You ain't said nothing. You was right there with joke on them. They coming to tell we stupidness now. Imagine if we did take that percentage, it would be just 17-19. So even if the government had offer 4% for 17-19 because of COVID and this and that, whatever it is, it would be better still because it's only one period, a 3-year period. And we'd have done settle for 14-16. But only take the money 14-16. Only come and let COVID-19, a recession, all kind of thing happen in this country. And then 6 years outstanding, 2 negotiating period. The government said 4% cap and all I want to tell me the government at fault. You piece of trash. That way is, girl. You're a piece of trash. I must be vexed. Because all the public officers can't get the money up to now, and you're going to join with politics now? Lambert wasn't there with UNC. Wait till deliberated officers get paid. They're still going home. And wait until they're 65 to get old age pension. We tell me about joining with UNC to do what? To do what? I blasted vex this evening. Coming to tell you a man and the thing. Girl, this girl is so dotish. This girl is so... But will you go ahead? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead and continue. Continue. Continue to do public officers them thing. Continue. Or they do the wrong things. And making it feel as the government and the government, when it's all you are in this position and you're going on a platform at UNC now to tell you what the code is red and we talking about your man and your man. I hope you could talk about your man and your man and your man and your man and who's your child father. I hope you could answer that. I hope it ain't looking red asking a question. I hope it ain't red. Because you don't like red. I just asking a question because you're on the political hustle now, say it's fair game. For talk. Go with a talk come up as a so who is you? You're not no PSA president again, no decent, nothing. You want to be up there? Well, you got to take the talk for up there. And not calming down Sarah. Because public officers who retire doesn't meet me. Constance on the life could tell you. And the same girl all them years we retire, we ain't getting nothing for them years. Tears has come to the eyes, so I have to talk so. Public officer were 10, 15 years again, then go whatever, but them who went home on 2013 salaries and had nothing to get for all them years they work. They retired 2015, they retired 2016, they retired 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and then get nothing, Sarah. I can't calm down. Because they'll be meeting me and telling me that. They can't even go in PS and ask a question. Because there's nobody to help them. They lock down the place. You can't get in one, but only $100 every month coming and that's what they're taking and living nice. I want to go now on top of that. To spit in people's face and say, you join them with the UNC and tell me about who in red and you call her red and man. She could get any respect from me. I can respect that girl. I will not stop talking. I will not calm down. Because I know what it is we went through and the struggles we went through. That girl ain't do nothing for PSA. While them inside they doing nothing else, we workers coming too. We ain't getting paid nothing at all to deal with grievances and then we get victimized by management. I've been there several times. And them just eating it and then to make it was you're going on a political platform now. To talk about man and you know sit down and your workers you come there, it's on see this wicked government. Well, who don't see it you because you're wicked and bad and stink. I know what I'm talking about. And Constance know what I'm talking about. And them things that's hurt me. Because human beings at the end of the day, only living nice, eating nice. If I show you a picture of Felicia Thomas, before the money started sweet, she only ball. But I'm glad she improved, she looks. I'm glad the weaver, nothing wrong in that. Because improvement is good, the nails are nothing wrong in that. But are we taking members' money and members ain't getting nothing for it? So she let we know. We talking about the man, like we talking about the man, and that yellow, that red, the code is yellow. Okay. Take care, you have to eat them words, you know. Take care, you have to eat them words, you know. So this is the person who she going on stage to support. This is who she going on stage to support. Like, not a respectable woman. Not even somebody could say, well, you know, it's alternative. Eh? Nothing. Eh? Trash. Will you come to want to talk to me? Listen to who she want to support.
Today I announce that Barry Pandarat will be the UNC candidate for Couva North. Give her a round of applause. In this case, I found someone from your own community. From your own. Where's that, Barry? What's up? You're going Cuba South? You see, we stayed till 3 a.m. My brain is still. Give him a round of applause as the incoming MP. United National Congress nominates Barry Padaran to be the new Member of Parliament for Cuba South. Give him a round of applause. He has served you well here in Princestown, but all good things must come to an end.
Right? I've been around a lot of alcoholics. I've had family members who are alcoholics. And I'm telling you my opinion, she drunk it. She drunk it. That's my opinion. She drunk it. And that's who that girl got up on stage to talk about code is yellow. Come up and say, let's keep she word. What she keep she word with? What she keep she word with? The pundit says she don't help nobody. She don't help no Hindu person. She don't help the Indian. She don't get them nothing. A pundit say that. Who she does help more than friends and family? Roche say it's contract of friends and family. That's what I was doing. Abdullah said they corrupt. Makanda Laga said they thief money from the treasury of that director thief. Lala SC come out and talk about what's going on in the UNC. Dr. Marat come out and talk about who involved in human trafficking in the UNC. We have who inside they used to work in some public utility and whoever money, embezzlement, whoever. It have a next one saying on his chief whip. He had $1 million bail. And the list goes on and on and on. But that stupid, dirty, stinking little girl going up on stage there to tell we. But we talking about man, and the code is yellow. And people tell me I must calm down my backside. I'm not calming down. Because there are thousands of retired public officers out there, especially women, who just meet me and complain. And when you ask them, so Jen, we ain't getting nothing. And like they can't fathom the thought, how they ain't getting nothing. How they retired 20, and they could have retired in a closer rate. Because if you take the settlement for 14-16, you would have just had 17-19. I'm sure we'd have settled that too. At least people who retired in 2015 would have guessed something. And who retired in 16 would have guessed something. But I was right there. Constance, what am I talking about? Because we have been fighting. And we ain't got no money for it, but we do it for love of the union. We never get paid. We went Cipriani and study. Juke said somebody like me could never work in Cipriani in PSA. And none of them inside there have my qualification or have Constance qualification because we went Cipriani. But they want nobody inside there to teach them the truth. If your skirt and tight and your panty are showing and your breast and puff up in the air, they want you there. So while we're doing that, and she trying to tell we something wrong with them in red, because all of a sudden we differentiate now. We in red, them in yellow, and I say again, I hope she a penicillin, and I hope she antibiotic, because yellow is pus. While all that happening, we have on the side she calling red. Because we call it as red. While Kamala Pasabi said second had this string she was together, she didn't even know where she is. It's the last time when she went on the stage and singing, oh, thank you, the embassy. Tonight and tomorrow, I am still your prime minister. Felicity, welcome home. The green man, gone. And sweating and disheveled. And she on the truck going in Tick Village, where Modila had a prop shop and licking she tongue. And when they tell she how the police telling them, well, they can't pass it because pay them. And they say, who cares? Who cares? And licking the lip, looking drunk as shit. That is who Felicia's going on a stage to tell we code is yellow and them go give we 10%. While them doing all that, this is what Minister Young is doing. And as I tell all don't hear the sheep and farm man, the goat man. He doesn't hear you say nothing these wrongs, eh? He don't be in a protest, nothing at all. He hold in the corner. I wonder if it's because of this. I'm coming off now, I damn vex. I wonder if it's because of this.
Standing here today, I know our country is in very good hands, and that is your hand. Very many of us have forgotten the lessons of COVID. At the start of COVID, the world was unsure as to where food would come from. Some of the industrial and the developed wealthy countries of the world, their first reaction to it was to hoard what they had, to say that they were going to keep for their own populations the food that we needed, the drugs that we needed, not drugs for COVID, but our everyday medication and other essentials of life. So it pleases me here tonight, as someone who is going to have the responsibility to carry us forward, to see so many interested persons who are still willing to dedicate not only your time, your energy, but your livelihood and life towards our country's sustenance. The taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago, whose money we manage as a government, have taken a decision today to invest $11.2 million in 116 of you and your families. I look forward to great things to come from you all, and you all should look forward to great things to come from this government as we take you forward. Well done.
That's what this government doing. Just recently, farmers again, they get how much $1 million. The nice things nice for them. You don't hear the Shiraz man saying nothing again. While Kamala's slowing she words together, and that stupid little dirty girl going on stage to talk about yellow is the code. Look what again this Prime Minister doing. Eh? Kamala can't walk to go nowhere. She can't stand up to go nowhere. She talking all about, well, you know my brain. She admitting that she not retaining anything again. Do one past your expiry date. Not me say so. Not me say so at all. Why she doing all that? This is what this Prime Minister is doing. And I'll end by this.
So we just completed another walk, this time in Mount Hululu in St. Anne's. I'm knocking about. Are there any people walk? Water stabilize. Yeah, you can thank you for that, right? Take care. Being down on the ground, that's where you see the real issues. That's where you see what is affecting constituents, affecting our citizens. That is what helps to motivate me. That is what helps me push a little harder in a gas deal, push a little harder to get more revenue for Trinidad and Tobago. When I see our young children growing up, what it is their needs will be down the road. When you mix with the pensioners in the constituency, when you know that we have to get drugs into the hospital, we have to be able to turn on our lights. Those are the things that motivate me. You pick it up firsthand, interacting on the ground with constituents. You tell me that when I'm famous. That's the attitude. Now we're talking about. That is what representation is about for me. I've always taken this seriously. I love to walk in the constituency, and I much prefer spending my time on the ground, mixing with the constituents, and as I say, interacting with them. That is what representation is about. That is what this government and what I, Stuart Young, am about. Okay, I'll check it as I go down.
Yeah, okay. Right? And this is no make-up thing with minister. Since in 2015, when we became the minister, or Prime Minister became the minister, the MP for the area of Portishead North, St. Anne's West, since 2015, he has been walking his constituency, the whole constituency, twice every month, and once time permit more than that. So this is not just make-up thing, no, he trying to make it and look good. No, he has been always doing this. Probably now he started to videotape it more, but this is something he always doing. All the constituents and them who in Siemens who probably at home, or when he pass at the time they say, whatever it is, but he always walking. That's what he does do. Who no camera on my shoulder than just camera, yeah? People, this election is very crucial. This election is very, very crucial. This is not no time to make no joke and play no games ever. You have two political parties, as they say, the color is code is thing, and the code is red. If you're looking for perfection, you have to go Zion for that. But I will tell you, I'll put my money, my last dollar in the People's National Movement any day. over UNC, especially led by Kamala Prasad-Biswas. So if all want to take the chance, on April the 28th, don't go out and vote. And but we don't like Stuart because he's a Chinese and he's an Indian. Me like he, and I don't like she, and I don't like he, because this one should have be, and this one should have be, and this one could have be. Because really, as Kamala and them just say, because like them know that if them get back into office again, African people will really eat grass in truth. Because this time around, when they do what they had to do, Trinidad and Tobago will never recover and be the same again. So let's give them the next 5 years. Get them. Don't go out in your numbers and vote convincingly and resoundingly for the People's National Movement that we have a chance. We have a man who can negotiate any deal that I have and talk to anybody, oil giants and them in not in Trinidad, I don't know. The oil giants and them out in Texas and Hague and Houston and all them places, they know him by first name. He could walk in the boardroom and sit and talk for them. Them could call you on the phone, he could call them. They're so impressed with him, they wanted to hire him. You think anybody want to hire Barry Paradat or Kevin Ramnarine or David Lee or any one of them? Them could talk for we. The last deal Kevin Ramnarine made, he'll leave we in 900 million US dollars in debt. And it's the same Minister Young, the first thing he had to do when he became Minister of Energy was to fly out to Japan to treat it that we still paying, but not how the way it would have been if they didn't negotiate back things. Kamala Prasad could negotiate anything. She stand up in La Jolla, wherever they're talking. I don't know, I can't say that now. Shh. Blah, 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 blah. That's what they want. And the stinking little girl from PSA going on stage, but I'm not apologizing for nothing. I called Felicia Thomas here tonight. So nobody will tell me not nobody apologize. I'm not apologizing. Because I'm standing on truth. And sometimes the truth will be hard to swallow. The truth is always quiet and nice. I'm not apologizing. I'm going to say it again, just like my comments when I made when I make a video and have it all over the place and saying all kind of ill things about me. When I said the people who writing on Facebook with Indian surname only talking about here bad and here this and here that, I was talking in the same tone. I said, well, you don't like it here, well, then go. Go India, go wherever, and leave the people who want to build this country. I regret saying that neither. Just how I regret saying I could go and cut up my life and put it out there and say I'm mad and all kind of thing. Once all they can understand something and all they don't understand conviction, all they don't understand passion, all they don't understand truth, all let's find something wrong with the person. All they go ahead. I know my heart and I know me. And the people who know me, there's no I stand up in truth and honesty. 2025 is a year looking at yourself. And on April the 20th, I will encourage everybody, go out and vote resoundingly for the People's National Movement. Go out and vote for the PNM candidates in your area. Whether or not it's a UNC stronghold or not, go out in your numbers. Your vote will be counted. It will become the popular vote. And sometimes the areas where the UNC stronghold and candidate, the margin between the PNM and the UNC ain't all that big. So if everybody come out and vote, it could very well take away some of them constituencies from the UNC. Don't feel that is not possible. But don't get caught up at all who live in the UNC and all that. It's good to read about and all them kind of thing. It's good to read about. Don't get caught up at that and say, PNM win, but no. Crowds don't win no election. Chain don't win no election. It's an election that when people go out and vote resoundingly, that is what the voters counted. So don't get caught up with, the PNM crowd's big and nice. Yes, that is nice. It feels good. And it's nice to show and thing, energy thing, yeah. But that is not the only thing alone. You have to go out and vote. And people, I understand Pastor Google will be on 91.1. That is Talk City from on Wednesday. He will no longer be on 91.9, the Street FM. He will be on Talk City 91.1. So now we have Miss Felix and Titans of Democracy from 6 to 9. They didn't give me nothing to advertise. I seen it. She there from 6 to 9 on mornings, Monday to Friday, Titans of Democracy. And I understand Pastor Google is from 12 to 3 p.m. on 91.9. So they know what to do. And we could still go across and listen to the Ariel Marcel on 95.5. If all you want to hear the truth, all you want to hear what's happening, that's the place to be. Leave the street right there on the street. People, let me see all who here. I went a little late tonight because the life keep breaking on, but I was determined after the Most High, Almighty God, to finish this. Joel, Brian, Alicia, Diane, Constance, Lucy, Bernadette, Simone, Pompey, Carol, Florence, Angela, Roxanne. Hi, Roxanne, darling, you come late. Utilda, Diane, Jenny, Natalie, Joyce, Ricardo, Jonathan, Ezra, Herbert, Melka, Tim, Godfrey, Jennifer, Cheryl, Kenneth, Philomene, Virginia, Richard, Sandra, Donna, Susie, Yvette, New Food Supermarket here inside. Come now, let me link now so we can get some hampers something and give out to them who retired from the public service and can't get their money because of Felicia Thomas, Watson, Solomon, Chuk, and Liberties. Caroline, Anton, Sarah, Ingrid, Robert, and Nicole, thank you all for all the saying, Trini, Lochte. And again, as I said, you know, Richard, but a dude, it have a 4 section in this, so you can go back and look at all pieces I was breaking down all the time. Again, I said, I am not apologizing for nothing. I say what Felicia Thomas. I'm not apologizing for nothing. I tell her all again for what I say about she. Because she's nasty. She's nasty. For the things that she's doing, and the upholder is worse. The upholder, and she's an upholder. When I see my fellow public officers who was PSA members who retire, and only calling Jen, we ain't get nothing, oh God, give me, we get. It has break my heart. When they could have gotten 2014-16 settled, Duke admit it. He got a settlement and he refused to tell me, he refused to open it because you know why, as I go, you know why he do it? Because he was getting himself into politics, so he didn't want the government to look good because he was bringing out your own party. So he want to be employer too. He don't want to look like if the PNM give me something nice, but then nobody will take on it. So because of wickedness, and she was right there. That public officer said, so when let's see them. Don't study the CPO. The CPO blameless in this. Don't study the Minister of Finance blameless in this. Don't study the PNM, study them because we get an offer. Duke said it here and it's on record. He got an offer. And after now, he never tell me nothing. He never come and say nothing. He refused it. People, have a blessed weekend. Tomorrow is Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day. Please enjoy. Be safe out there, and to the community, I wish you all greetings and all blessings, and also to the Muslim community, which I would have done in some previous lives. I had to cut up and start over and all that. I would have done that there. See you all on Wednesday, God's Spear, when I come with something fresh, something new. This is your girl, Jen, Sister Jenny, Auntie Jenny, and if you want to get formal, it's Miss Frederick, another edition of the We Talk Thing. If I'm not mistaken, Dominic Romain is on tomorrow with his program, Facts and Stubborn Things. People, you will listen. Listen again, the information. You ain't getting no mama guy, you ain't getting no old talk. And go on debunking UNC lies with facts. Go on that page. You're going to get what you need to know. So you can't say you didn't know. You can't say you wasn't able to make an informed decision when come April 20th. There's also another page, I think it's called UNC Cabal. I see there's another page that is bringing out facts and information also, but what's happening in the country and with the PNO and all that. So all they can say, all they don't have all the information. So when April the 28th come, and around 10, 11 o'clock in the night, we should know who win the election. And if all they let us slip through all their hand, I'm telling all you, don't look for me to make no life. Don't ask me nothing. Pass me straight. I'm not interested. I will just sit back, say my prayers, and God is good. If all you allow the UNC under that drunken woman, I say that in my opinion, that drunken, corrupt woman, get back in office with that crew where she have, then all they look for everything all they get. If all they want progress for all their children, all their grandchildren, and the children to come, all they will vote resoundingly for the People's National Movement. Prime Minister's future and the whole team are competent, experienced members who have been doing the work, who have been there in the trenches doing the work. Let them continue the work. One doctor take us from colonialism to independence to Republican, and you see when we was trying to get to independence, who was fighting it? and it had other prime ministers in between, PNM prime ministers, would have done well. Mr. Mani would have done well. All those things they call vanity projects, all of them living it up in it. Hyatt, Napa, Saparol, all them things he built. All of them all up inside it now. And then we had our next doctor who took us through COVID-19. We never had a pandemic like that before. 100 years before we had a pandemic like this. It's something new. And that doctor, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, steer us through a pandemic, steer us through a recession. And we come out on the next side. Workers are being paid to stay home. Teachers, public officers, nobody lost the work. No public officer lost the work every month. Pension was being paid. Senior citizen pension was being paid. Disability grant was being paid every month like clockwork. And it took us to this area here now where we're going through. We're going through them open gate at this new society where digitization, technology will be important. But I negotiated it to make sure we get the deals, to get all the deals so we could get money, to implement and make things, to pay for lights, to pay for subsidy on this, pay for the school list, pay for that, pay for gratuity, pay for... It's money. And all I want to let that slip through all your hand, well, you're going to be war on it all. I love you all. See you all on Wednesday. God's when I come with something fresh, something new. This is the girl Jen, Sister Jenny, Auntie Jenny. And if you want to get formal, it's Miss Jennifer Frederick. Another edition, let me talk the thing. And the code is red. Because yellow is sickness, yellow is pus. With yellow, you need penicillin and you need antibiotics. Red, when you see red, anybody get cut, they want to see red because they know that the cells working, they know everything in order. Once they see yellow, they know you have to dig out that part, you have to cut it all because it's rotten, it stink. That's why I call them Felicia stink, because she code is yellow. So she must see us drip yellow and not apologizing, people. I love all you. I go on. I don't listen. Well, nobody listening to that station again, you know, because it had nothing on it. Even if it's UNC thinking it ain't making sense. So what are you listening to that for? I always say that station is a toxic station. That 91.9 is toxic. Nobody can walk there for long. If you have good intention, good mind, and you're interested in bringing out good content and healthy and all that, you ain't going to be working there. So people talk city, is it? And then we switch, we go I-95.5. So they have options, yeah? Love you all. See you all on Wednesday. God's be I go.
Bounce Up Central Network. Tune in for shows like Let We Talk to Ting with Sister Jenny every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5:30 p.m. Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Culture Points on Thursdays at 8 p.m. and Sundays at 5 p.m. And Fine Point with Fearless Warrior at various showtimes. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, Bounce Up Radio, movie watch parties, and to even bus a mark anonymously, visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's We Ting, created for we, by we. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat at bounceup.com. If you have a passion for news, politics, culture, music, sports, technology, and helping your community, we invite you to come join the Bounce Up Central Network family. Come join us.
Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance. Join host Fearless Warrior and the Dauntless crew every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Tune in each week for enlightening discussions, special guest interviews, on-the-scene coverage of news, political events, and all topics related to good governance. Watch the show live on our Bounce Up Central platform and social media channels, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat on Bounce Up Central. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, Bounce Up Radio, TGIF watch parties, and to even bus a mark anonymously, visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's We Ting, created for we, by we.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago, and this is Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance, and we are in your company right now. So, let me just do something here. All right, could we get that?
Ready, ready, show me who ready, ready, show me who ready, ready. This is the time, this is the place. The future is here, no time to waste. We build on the strength of those who trod this road before. Coming again, coming. Cause I feel the light shining so bright in me heart and we soul. Red, black and white, together we strong. Come sun, come rain, cause it's blood in we veins. We all are the same. You don't know we ready already. Ting and set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already. The ting and set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. We under the same sky, feeling the same things. The movement is forward, we all want the same thing. Together we aspire, so we must achieve. Call the red army, the whole of TNT. So show them we ready already, the thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already, the thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Fire in the soul, a nation so strong. Through the heart of a people, the victory is won. We fight for tomorrow, we fight for today. Stand strong together, blow the evil away. If we are one, the victory is sure. Divide and rule, we don't want that no more. Clean heart, clean hands, it's love to the core. And if love is the word, how about that we show? You don't know. So tell them you're ready already. The thing is set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already. The thing is set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we ready and ready. Thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. No.
Be all in for TNT on April 28th. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
All right, we do apologize for that. I'm out and about, and I am outside. Yeah, I'm outside here in the elements. Yeah, and I said let me do something a little different, different background, different everything. You know, sometimes you want a little change in the scenery. Tomorrow, people, tomorrow all roads will be leading. Let me just get the information for tomorrow. But tomorrow, all roads will be leading to. Do we have that flyer there? Yes. So tomorrow, all roads will be leading to this place here. Right? It's the hard launch. And it's Hans Devines, the candidate for Diego Martin West, the new candidate that will be taking over from the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, the outgoing MP for the area. And yes, we will be there to bring it live to you tomorrow. So we will be there bringing it live to you tomorrow. Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance will be bringing it live. So you have to be there. You can log on to Bounce Up Central. Yes, Bounce Up Central. And we will be bringing it live to you. Well, so we will be broadcasting his launch of his campaign, official launch of his campaign tomorrow. And it starts basically at 4 p.m. So for those who are not aware, this will be where we be tomorrow evening. So when we have outside broadcast, there will be no Dauntless Defenders at 8 o'clock, but we will have something else to run at that point in time because I'll be outside, and you never know. You never know what is happening when you're on the campaign trail on the outside here. So tomorrow we hit Diego Martin. Diego Martin, all roads lead to up in Moncoko Road. The fly is a little small day for me to read it, but yeah. But all roads lead to here, and we will be going there tomorrow, and we will be bringing it to you live and alive. And you can bet your bottom dollar. We are putting all the infrastructure in place so that you will have good broadcasting tomorrow. And we do want to thank all the people who did come out and watch and support Bounce Up. Yes, it is in Mount Coco Road and Broome Street over by the school. So we will be up in Mount Coco Road tomorrow. Yes, Mount Coco Road tomorrow. And we want everybody to come on and support. This is a new young person that is taking over the reins and has to fill up big shoes in the Diego Martin, in Dr. Keith Rowley legacy. So yes, well, I always go with God, I always go with God. And I will be there tomorrow to bring it to you live so that you all could get it live caption. Even though people don't give us that credit for bringing these things, we still have an obligation at Bounce Up Central Network, Media Network, to bring you all the action as much as possible so that you could be in your comfort of your home and still see all the different political rallies, different places where you are not being able to see it. So this is something that this is a service that we want to provide to you. Again, we don't compete. We don't have to compete with nobody. But this is something that we want to provide to you, the public, because at the end of the day, all the candidates have to be given an opportunity to be heard and to be seen, and for you to be informed on what are some of their goals, what are some of their projection, what are some of the what they plan to do in the community. And you heard it from Dominic when Dominic talked about setting up a database in terms of digitalizing. And we at Bounce Up Central Media Network is willing to assist in that. And we are willing to assist any one of the candidates who wants to set up a digitalized system in which they, and even a website, that if they want to allow their members or anybody could come on their site, and they can also yeah, they could just come in and they could also be a part of it. Bounce Up Media, you see, a lot of people don't understand what Bounce Up Media Network is all about, you know. We are celebrating 1 year. We are celebrating 1 year, and 1 year and some months actually, and being under the name Bounce Up Central Media Network, but also Bounce Up Central on our platform. So we do have a massive website, and we do have a platform where you can go do 24 hours live chat, every single thing. But I'm not here to tell you all that, because you all know about Bounce Up, and you all know where to go and register, and you can watch our live stream, and you can watch all the necessary things that you want right there and carry on our chat. Because you see, what I watched today on Jenny Live, where they try to attack on many fronts, and we were in the background working on some of the technical things, trying to sort it out, find out why it is, because you're seeing good streaming, but there are some people who will block and try to block so that messages cannot go out there to you, the public. And this is why we say we have a platform that we are offering to you, the general public, regardless of who you are. This platform is for you. It's free. You don't have to put in your name to register. Let me tell you how it is. You can even register anonymously. So this is what our platform is here for. It's about empowering, building, and educating you, the members of the public, about what is happening and what is taking place around the country. And on top of that, as Mr. Wayne Gibson, let me just let you know that we don't take your information and sell it to nobody. Because if you realize, we don't do sporadical advertisements, so that they know, well, okay, hey, you know, they're watching this thing and a host of advertisements coming on. We don't do that. We don't monetize our thing. And that is why we keep saying to you that we have a forum here that is dedicated and open up to anybody. And we do stream, because we realize that there are some people who cannot see certain programs or certain shows or certain meetings. So we afford that to you. But we also have our own content that we also bring to you. So all roads will be leading tomorrow. And I told you all we'll be on the election campaign. We'll be on the election campaign every single time, every day, whether we're in studio, whether we're outside on broadcast, and we will be in San Fernando on Wednesday. We will be in San Fernando on Wednesday to bring it to you live and alive from down in San Fernando. And also, we will be in Tobago. Right? We will be in Tobago, and we want to have interviews lined up so that people can get to talk and meet and greet the candidate on the road, and we'll have real-time chat going on from now. So, well, we have always had it, but you get to do it now, that you can ask a question to the candidate and let them answer on the spot. Let them answer on the spot. This is a crucial election. This is a crucial election. Nomination day is basically this week here. Yes, it's a tough month ahead, but we have a duty and responsibility to bring it to you live. And we're going to try to bring as much of the meetings from all different aspects, all different parts of Trinidad and Tobago, from the People's National Movement. We realize that the diaspora out here is wanting to know, they want to know what is happening in their country and how the politics is going. And even on election night, we are going to be bringing you the results, and also we will have our panel discussion, our panels, so that we can actually carry on and bring the information to you, the results from all different parts of Trinidad and Tobago, as fast as it comes in, as fast as we're going to bring it out to you, and we'll let you know who is going to be taking the reign. So far, right now, we can say, and I'm telling you, so far, we can say that the PNM has 18 seats in the bag. 18 seats. So, more work has to be done on the ground, and I can tell you that it's going to be an interesting election, because we are seeing more and more comedy shows taking place. So you never know. You never know what could happen on this election campaign. You might very well see Shogunas East going to the PNM. You may very well see San Juan Barataria going back to the PNM. You may very well see St. Augustine, which does not have a candidate at this point in time for the UNC, heading straight to the PNM. Because what the UNC is say you want to OBG. Okay. Yeah. What the UNC is afraid of at this point in time is the splitting of the votes. And the splitting of the votes would mean that they may not get the majority of persons to vote for them. So hence they may lose the seats. Because if you have Michaela Pandey putting up 41 candidates, you also have the NTA putting up candidates. You have this one putting up candidates, that one putting up candidates. And then the UNC putting up some all thing of interest or whatever of candidates. That is a serious blow for the UNC. Not so much for the PNM, but for the UNC. Because we are constantly seeing more and more young people coming out on the walks. More and more young people are coming out on the walks and walking the ground with the candidates. And when I watched when I was watching Dominic's live, I realized that somebody was saying, but he do have plenty people and all them different things, which was false information. And we can attest to that, because being out there on the ground, it had plenty people who was on the ground, and they were split up all over the place. Because you want to make sure that when you're going and the candidate is coming to your house, that he goes and he's bring the people then coming out to meet him to see who's the candidate and what he has to offer for the community. You don't want when you go in the area, nobody go on in advance, nobody find out what it is the people want, nothing at all. You don't want that. Well, Nicholas Morris, I will give you a little background on Nicholas Morris. If you know Nicholas Morris, boy, I will tell you, stay far away from that boy. Stay very far away from Nicholas Morris. He is bad business in the political arena. He is very much bad business in the political arena. So, I wouldn't advise nobody to go and vote or even put their hand next to that fella, Nicholas Morris. If you know who that person is. No. Nicholas Morris don't frighten me. Because I tell you, people who know the individual will tell you politically, don't vote for him. Bad. It's like you're going to tell, it's like you're saying, you're still in danger, but you're still going to jump into danger. Don't even waste your time. Yeah, you drop Indra in Amy Indra. Embarrassing and put Barry Potter at. So we seeing some adjustment changes, but Kamala does not really frighten me at this point in time, because this is like we're seeing where they asking the leader to step down, but they're not stepping down. But what I came here to show you all tonight is something serious. And Dominic would have touched on it in his live. Dominic would have touched on it on his live. And it is something that I want people to pay attention to. Because while some people may ask for their 4%, or saying that what the government gave me, or what the government gave me, well, yeah, it's a comedy joke. Yeah, but let me tell you something. People say, wait till they giving, what the government giving me? Now, let me tell you something. And this is why let's talk about negotiation, the art of negotiation. And clearly, some people in trade unions don't even understand that their members are benefiting. Their members are benefiting without even their assistance. Because here it is. You have government workers who are getting the minimum wage was 17.50. It rose to 20.50. And now it's going to 22. It's going to 22.50. And it could have gone to 25. But because the government saw it fit, and they said, hey, we will only raise government owned, but not the private sector, because we don't want to put too much pressure on the on the private sector. Because the first thing the private sector will say, we don't have the amount of money to pay. That's the first thing they will say. And the private sector will always look for things that, hey, is it going to cut into our finances and our budget? Because remember, some of these private companies already budget salaries for the year. Even though they know there may be adjustments coming, they have already budgeted these things. So the government said, well, look, we will raise government owned. So every government daily paid worker, well, those who fall in the category of minimum wage, now getting 22.50, which would mean that if you were toting home, like let me say $1,800 and $2,300 when it was getting 17.50, when it went up to 20.50, you were now getting the $2,300 was now the $2,300, and now you're getting $2,800 based on your fortnight and how much days you work. So if it's 10 days and 8 days, that is what you're looking at. But now it's going up now. to 22. So you're getting 3,000. 3,000. So you're getting more money. And if it is that they work overtime, especially those in the security department, they're getting like $720 an extra duty shift. $720 extra duty shift. So when you hear people saying that, what the government doing for we, what the government doing for we, when the government raise these monies and allow you to get a okay, because it could be a little more, it could be a little better, but under these circumstances, you have to work with what you have. Because you can't pay all the sort of money that you don't have. Otherwise, you'll be running yourself into a continuous deficit. So let me just show you where personal allowances and the maths was adding up, because Dominic would have done it today. And I want to just go back and play that clipping for you so that you can see where the government even give you more money. So even though you get more in your wage, more in your in terms of how much money you can get extra duties, no, your personal money. Let Dominic explain it for you. Director, put it up for me, please.
We on the issue of the 4% that people keep talking about and what the 4%. I've spoken to this issue before. Let me do a little bit of maths before, right? So yes, what is on the table in terms of the pay raise is 4%. But the government would have done something else between 2020 to 2025, and even before 2016 to 2025, which constitutes a pay raise that people don't talk about. And of course, you all have heard me talk ad nauseum about the 3 increases in your personal allowance. So let's take, for example, a public servant who is earning $8,000 a month, right? Under Kamla Prasad Bisasa, between 2010 to 2015, you would have been paying taxes with a personal allowance of $60,000. You would have been paying $9,000 a year in income tax, right? Because the first 60,000, so 8,000, you're earning 96,000 for the year. The first 60,000, you pay no taxes, and then you pay 25% tax on the remaining 36. $9,000 would have been going to the Board of Inland Revenue. All right. When this administration took the decision to increase your personal allowance from 60,000 to 90,000, it means that your tax liability, your income tax liability, went from $9,000 a year to $1,500, which means you're saving $7,500 a year in income tax that you would have been sending to the Board of Inland Revenue. That works out to $625 per month. That under Kamla Prasad Bisasa was going to the Board of Inland Revenue, but under this PNM administration, you get to keep, you get to take home, it go into your bank account every month. That's $625 extra that you're saving on taxes. That is disposable income that the government has told you to keep. Don't give it to us. You keep it and spend it as you wish. If your salary was $8,000 a month, that's $625 extra that you're saving and going home with every month would work out about 7.3%. Add that to the 4% that the government offers. It means you would have gotten a pay raise of 11.31%, not 4. But we don't talk about that because we have been cultured to only think of a pay raise as I'm making 8 and they add 500 to it per month, or they add 600. But the government found another way to give you a pay raise without having to increase their wage bill, albeit it has resulted in a reduction in revenue for the state. A person who would have been earning $10,000 a month, same thing, you would have been paying same amount of taxes under Kamla Prasad Bisasa, $10,000 a month, you're earning $120,000 a year. At a personal allowance of $60,000, it means you would have had to pay 25% tax on $60,000. You would have been paying $15,000 a year in income tax. Thanks to Keith Rowley and the PNM increasing your personal allowance from 60,000 to 90, your tax liability has been cut in half from 15,000 to 7,500 a year. So that extra $7,500 or $625 per month that you're saving, $625 represents 6.25% of your monthly salary. Okay? So it means 6.25 increase, that is extra money you're getting to take home, plus the 4% works out to 10.25. So you would have gotten a pay raise of 10.25. 4 in terms of the increase in your salary and 6.25% based on the increase in your personal allowance. So stop saying you only get a 4% and you got a 4%. The government gave you more through the increase in your personal allowance, so you're taking home more money. These are the discussions that we need to be having. So this talk about only 4% and 4% and 4%. Less of your money is going to the state in terms of your salary that you're working hard for. Less is going in taxes, and you get to keep that. But you would have those who would come and tell you, yeah, but they give you in one hand and they take it back in the next. It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that it is an increase. They reduced your VAT from 15 to 12.5. So when you go to pay your light bill, instead of paying 15% VAT on your light bill, you're paying 12.5. When you go to pay your phone bill, whether it's TSTT, B-Mobile, or whoever, instead of paying 15% VAT on your bill, you're paying 12.5. All right? When you go to pay WASA, instead of paying 15% VAT, you're paying 12.5. So you're paying 2.5% less in VAT than you were paying under Kamala Persad-Bissessar. So when she boasted, she took VAT off her food, 7,000 food items. Under her, you had to pay VAT. If you buy a laptop, you pay VAT. If you buy a cell phone, you pay VAT. You buy a tablet, you pay VAT. Under Keith Rowley and the PNM, no VAT. None. That 12.5% VAT instead of 15, that 2.5%, I keep telling you, when you go to buy a car, do the math. You're building your house. Calculate what that 2.5% works out to when you have to buy cement and bricks and galvanize and all of the other materials to build your house. See how much money you're saving. All of these different ways, but this government, when you want to tax, and tax. Why are we not having that conversation? So whatever is your salary? And for those who would say, well, the increase in personal allowance didn't affect me because my salary is $5,000. Well, okay. How did you benefit from the increase in personal allowance? I will tell you. Whenever the PSA, when Felicia Thomas and them decide to accept the 4%, your back pay, you're not going to pay any tax on your back pay. Under Persad-Bissessar, calculate how much taxes you would have had to pay on your back pay. 25, because your 5,000 salary maxes out your personal allowance. So every single dollar of your back pay, you had to pay 25%. Because of the increase in your personal allowance, whenever you get this back pay, once your back pay is $30,000 or less, you will pay no tax. So you're getting your full back pay. You understand? That is the impact of that increase in your personal allowance. So everybody benefited. And while the 14% would have only benefited public servants, that increase in personal allowance impacted every single worker in Trinidad and Tobago. Every single one. So the government gave a pay raise to the whole country. Everybody who worked on that one move, increasing personal allowance. So public sector, private sector got a pay raise with an increase in personal allowance. How many times did Persad-Bissessar increase it? Zero, zilch, nada, nothing. So she gave you in one hand, yes, you get pay raise. But the amount of tax that you have to pay going up to, and the percentage of your back pay that going back to the government, consider that. So when you want to cost Rowley and cost your Chung and cost the PNM, please take note of those things. All right?
So just move that clip in there for me, director. Yes, let me just get back there. Nice. So yes. So when they want to talk, we must tell them that the whole entire country get a pay raise, basically, because you're getting more money back, more money. And watching how much money you had to be making personal allowances. Even when you buy a house, you're paying 2% first time. 2%. And you talking about, well, it's now TTMF is now merged with HEC and all different things. So you are paying now 2%. Where in the world you could go and get a mortgage, still get a car, still get money for furniture, still get money for this, that. Where want money for? You just, where want money for? At 2%. Where you getting that? No bank ain't giving you that. No bank, I'm telling you up front, no bank ain't giving you that. So anybody want to tell me that they're gonna get that from a bank and they're not getting that from no bank, they're getting that only from the government. That's why the government set up these institutions to help you, the small man. To help you, the small man. So when people talking about what the PNM do for you, what the PNM, they love this thing, you know. What the PNM do for you? When all these things are available, the self-help grants, thousands of people benefiting from the self-help grant, but yet still, they wouldn't say thanks for the assistance because they don't bound to get it. They don't bound to get these things. Because there are many countries that don't give you no grant for nothing. And we are fortunate that we getting these things. We ain't getting subsidies on many, many things. You ain't even pay to bring in a laptop and school items. You don't even have to pay no kind of time, no duties. So when people keep asking, what did PNM do for me? What did PNM do for you? So I just want to know it now. So somebody will come in here. So somebody will come and be your father in your house, or somebody will come and be your mother in your house too. Because you want to know what them do for you. You ain't asking your mother, what you do for me? But you're asking somebody external what them doing for you. But you supposed to do for yourself. You ain't doing nothing for yourself. Because you want to sit down for somebody to mind you. That way you want. You want somebody to mind you. And this is the constant thing that we are having in Trinidad and Tobago. There are some people, not all people, who don't even understand that he's getting back money. And I'm glad that Dominic would have gone in to the great explanation that he went into to explain it to you. But then you see, plenty of people don't take on what people explaining to them. Because some people will be busy, carrying on all kind of different chats, and they don't listen to the information. And then now when it's time to go out there and spread that information that you have just learned, they don't know how to explain it. And then you know what is going to happen? You're going to have people now saying, but don't listen to them, don't listen to them. Them don't know what they're saying. No, it's not a matter that we PNM know it long time, you know. But we have to tell the people. All right. We have to tell the people the accomplishments. We have to tell the people and be able to explain, especially you see people and the money. You see money matters. We have to be able to explain that to the average person who is not even affiliated to a political party, because there are many undecided voters out here, you know. And it could swing anyway in any direction. It could swing anyway in any direction. So we have to be really and truly cognizant of the information that is being disseminated out here. Interpret it and then disseminate it again. This is serious business. This is a serious election. But then let's play a clip from someone who, well, we have it also on our platform where you can see a whole list of the accomplishments, and I've shared it on different platforms throughout all the different platforms and things. But let's play the clip, director. Let's play the clip for them.
They continue to say that this government has spent billions of dollars with nothing to show for it. I continue to tell you all that these people are very comfortable lying, and this is what makes them very dangerous. They are there to give you all the great deception. The UNC is out there to give you all the great deception. On a daily basis, these people are passing everything you're seeing on the screen on a daily basis and coming to you on social media deliberately lying, telling you that this government has done nothing and wasted billions of dollars. Think about that for a moment. You are passing on a daily basis many things that this government has built or continues to build, but the UNC is telling you that it does not exist, even when you're seeing it and they are seeing it on a daily basis. Understand the level to which these people would go to lie to you.
And it's true. It's true. A new library opening in Diego Martin. The PNM do nothing for the PM. What the PNM doing for we? A new health center in Diego Martin. What the PNM doing for we? A massive stadium saying no in front of your face. What the PNM do for we? The development of Blue Basin. What the PNM doing for we? The big massive waterfront. What the PNM doing for we? A new road that taking you over to the housing development. But what the PNM doing for we? The government campus, but what the PNM doing for we? So all them things you seeing in front of your face. And then when we go further, you have 4 pools. In fact, you have more pools now being built all over Trinidad and Tobago. Imagine when the pool was being built in Lavantil, you know what they say? That pool is for zesters. They say the pool was for zesters and criminals. The building pool for criminals. Why? Because certain people in this country only wanted the pools so that they could have made money. And you, the poor people in your communities, or in your so-called depressed communities, as they so-called want to say it is, don't have the opportunity to have a pool because they didn't want to have it. And now we know you get it now. You ain't hearing no session party, but you hearing people going, they accessing the pool, they hearing people who have therapy, Coast Guards giving you therapy in the pool. So if you have back problem, foot problem, your bone break, people learning to swim who couldn't even afford to go in them big massive pools and learn to swim. Imagine that. So there are people who don't want nothing to happen in the communities. They don't want nothing to happen in the communities because why? If people continuously accessing these things and they're learning and they're developing themselves, and we got a new swimmer coming out of Lavantil, or a new swimmer coming out of La Hoqueta, or a new swimmer coming out of Maloney. Oh God, he will take away from we. He will take away from we. We train when we able to get in there. And that's the kind of foolishness that the United National Congress is trying to push down the people's throat. And there are people all on social media telling you that don't go there, don't go there, don't go there. You have a new pan theater. Most of the pan sites and them now having their own theater. Because most of them can't even afford to build a pan theater. But the government has put the infrastructure and started to build it. They're building it for them. So that more young people could go and access the pan model, the pan yard model, for young people to actually develop the pan. So when people talking about what the PNM do for them, you get a meal, a breakfast every morning when you go to school. You're trying to get that every morning when you go to school. You're getting a lunch every lunchtime. Every lunchtime. In some instances, some try and get free books. In some instances, they're getting a free laptop. In some instances, you know, you have all kind of grants. Even when we was on the walk, Ms. Penelope Beckers talk about it with the elderly guy who was sitting on in the porch. The elderly guy was sitting on the porch in Malabar, Mausica, in that housing area. You know what the man said he was living there by himself. You know what Ms. Penelope Beckers said? Well, there's a grant and there's a program where they could put somebody to come and assist you if you're living alone. That is what the PNM is doing for you. Right now, squatter regularization going on. How many people getting up off the rear end who living in squatting communities and going and be regularized in this country? How many of them? You know what they'll say? I should have not saying like we're Felicia Thomas and I'm saying, but they'll wait until the UNC come in to negotiate. I know plenty of them must be getting up off the rear end and rushing inside it to get the status regularized so they can get a deed of comfort. I know plenty of people that's going on to the Ministry of Housing to get a roof repairs, to get grant to assist in terms of building, to continue building the starter houses. And I know it personally because I've seen people get through. So when people talking, and let me tell you something, not only just in PNM areas, you know, there are plenty of them in UNC areas who go in quietly, getting what they get. And when they reach back now, they turn around and they think, the PNM never helped me. Because why? You're not supporting the party, so you don't want people to know that the PNM is who gave you that. Or you benefit from that of a PNM program. You don't want them to know that. And then the foolishness that is taking place in this country. You have a brand new hospital in Sandy Grande. A brand new hospital in Arima. You have a brand new hospital in downtown Port of Spain, but they're still trying to bad talk. You have one in Scarborough. But which name is the Tobago girl? The Tobago girl, who is the Faith? Bossing of, you know, your swear is THA billet. You have all these different things that are affordable and available to you. And all some them mistake is just to get up and go and access it. And for too many times I've seen plenty of people in this country, especially a lot of the males, because a lot of women is going to access healthcare like it going out of style. Eh? If something happening to them, they run to the healthcare. And it's free. They don't have to pay. The doctor seen about them. Free. Well, they tell you, you're getting glasses and all. Yes, Brian. Look, somebody saying it here, Brian Batiste. Along with the pension, he getting over $600 eye medicine free every month. Look, I didn't know that. You can get that. He getting that. And this is the kind of thing that people must come out and say. Tell the nation. Stop having it like it's some secret. It's not a secret. If we want to keep all the information and don't want to share it and say, well, oh, we give out, you don't have to come and say, well, you know, I live in so and so and so and so and so. But come out and let people know, hey, this is what the PNM is doing in my area. What it is they're doing, tell we. Because plenty people have it in the mind. Well, dental care, let me tell you something, dental care. You could go in a health center and get dental care free. Look, I carry my son. My son went to the Diego Martin Community Center. The Diego Martin Center, the health center down in Diego Martin. And take out and get a tooth extracted for free. For free. Not $1. Not $1. And still get medication on top of it. And still get, and I telling you about me, my son get that. My son also get a free, and me went and begged no MP. They had an eye testing going on in the schools, in all the schools. They had eye tests. You could go and get eye tested. And he went, and the Ministry of Education called him and say, hey, you need glasses. So he get free glasses. He get free glasses. Imagine that. Yeah, and Mount Hope have one, yeah, and nobody Mount Hope, where you could go by Mount Hope. And them, especially them students and them. And they have a nice program going on up in Mount Hope Medical Institution up there that plenty people don't know about. They could go and register and it's free. You don't have to pay. So when people talking, I just laugh at them. Well, let me tell you something, eh? Why I can get free, I go in. They can say what I want, free thing. They say what? Good thing not cheap, cheap thing not good. But sometimes good thing just be free. Because when you hear the kind of money people is had to pay for certain things, bet your bottom dollar. There's a grant and all that when they reach 60, and you know sometimes some people are waiting until they reach 65, the Ministry of Social Development can assist you with that until you reach 65 to get a pension. Oh, you didn't know that, eh? Oh shit, you know they tell me don't say that, you know. Oh shit, I'll allow the cat out the bag. They tell me don't say that because they don't want nobody running down by the ministry. But sometimes it's hard to tell the people. Because we have a number of people who, when they reach 60, they like fish out of water. Because some people have to wait until they reach 65. Because, yeah, some people have to wait until they reach 65 in order to get the pension based on the classification of workers. So when people want to come and talk that the government ain't doing nothing for them, look, the government just recently finished one of the towers in Chaguanas Day. One of the towers in Chaguanas, the twin towers when I have in Chaguanas, them is the two tallest buildings in Chaguanas. Where they said, oh, the thing and the ridicule that. They ridicule the buildings. No, it's going to have more people living. More people will be living in them. So they'll be open. They're gonna open it now. Because one of the buildings is completed. I had the honor and the pleasure to pass. And you know me, I just go and duck in and watch and see how it is. It's real nice, eh? It's nice on the inside too, eh? It's real nice on the inside. So I had the honor and pleasure to pass and Mako. And I see it, it's finished. They're taking down all the scaffolding now. Painting done. The building looking nice. It had people who didn't want that building to finish. When they had consultation, I said, why you don't want the building to finish? Why you don't want the people to come and live in the community? Why you want where's that? The same way you want a house, everybody want a house too. So now it finished. One of the buildings finished. And the next side, they're gonna complete, they're gonna finish off that too. Because they done put on the roof on the two buildings. So they just they finish one and they're gonna finish and they extend the building up now to meet the roof. So you have an additional like a penthouse up there. So the man who living on the tippy top, he have it real nice. He had the best view in the whole of Shogunas. I telling you, when I went in Malabar and I watched he kind of design that them get on them houses, them agency houses. I said, my God, look at them design. Look at how they just design the front alone. When you put that up to people who living down in certain parts in Westmoreland, who living in the same, well, not really the same kind of thing, because them house, some of the houses down in Westmoreland kind of old, in the old, like old house. What you get in Malabar is the newer model, new models. So when they want to talk, the PNM delivers. So when I tell you, when I hear that man say, who living in the, yeah, tell him, Miss Altia, they have it real nice down in Malabar. So when I hear the people and them talking about what the PNM do, what the PNM do, what the PNM do, the PNM give plenty families the opportunity to stay in this country and develop themselves from way when, because plenty of the children who living in Trinidad, plenty of them who living in Trinidad is from the islands. So we who are children who live in here, many of our parents, four parents and four parents, come from St. Vincent, Grenada, Barbados. St. Lucia, all them little islands, and they come down here and they settle. So when they talking, and it wasn't because of no voter panel, because people wanted a better life. Not everything is about voting. It's about better life. People come to people country because they're looking for a better life. And that's what the PNM is offered here. A better life. And you know, everybody who has come here, they talk about all what they see and they say, wait now, but this country is paradise. Subsidy on this, subsidy on gas, subsidy on electricity, subsidy on this, here now, water. And one of the things that Dominic said, and it made me really think, and I keep saying it over and over. People talk about the 1%, but they support the 1% more than they support their own self. Because you want to buy all kind of expensive water. When you think about, you have to buy a case of water, you get 5 cases of water for 100. But your water bill not even coming as that. A case of your water bill don't even come no 8 and 9 and 10,000 or 500. Some people water bill is $300. But when you check the amount of water you buy in, it adds up to about $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 on average. And all you have to do to mitigate half of that water you buy in is to go and put in some filters on the water main and get clean drinking water in your house. Clean drinking water. But they wanted to drink this kind of water, that water, this all kind of expensive water, and you just do the same damn thing. Filter your water and put it in your house. Common sense make before book, you know. Common sense make before book, you know. So when I hear people talking about what the PNM do for them, when I hear what the PNM do for them, and I had to tell one, I said, but wait now, but you living in a community, look how much houses built in your community. He said, but who living in them? Who living in them? I said, who caused the problem? It's not the PNM, it's you. The houses there. And you're right. It's all about that status chasing stupidness that we have in Trinidad and Tobago. Many times it's not even race, you know. It's status chasing. I feel like better than you because I live in this particular zone, or I live in that particular area, or this, that. It has nothing to do with race sometimes, you know. But it's all about that status. Imagine that. People, yes, the cancer treatment center down in Point-a-Pierre. Look there. Then they tell you, it has so much things the government has been offering and the government doing. You know how much money the government has had to spend on buying even the the tablets for people who have HIV and AIDS? You know how much money it has cost the government to buy those pills? You know how much money it has cost to buy those medication for cancer patients? And let me tell you something, eh? Let me tell you something, eh? I know of nurses who work in the cancer section down in St. James. And they can tell you it's a process. And if people had to go and pay the money, like how they used to go and pay the money by the private places, it's big money you're spending, you know. Big money, you know. And you get it in the government for free. The same medication, same everything, for free. For free. So when they're talking, we must tell them, sometimes it's good to just get up off your ass, go and educate yourself. You don't have to have 5 passes. You didn't have to get a degree, go and get a trade. That's education too. Go and learn a skill. Empower your brain. So you could empower yourself to make $1 when the day come, instead of lying on a block and listening to foolishness of somebody owing you. Nobody owe you nothing. But if you get up and you go and you get a closed mouth, you'd never be fed. You will be fed. So if you want to go into a program, go and talk to the MP. Go and talk to your counselor. If they're not responding, then call somebody. Say, hey, I went by you, and I went and I talked to this person in the office, and they didn't thing, and somebody will help you. Stop sitting down and allowing people to hold back your progress in life. Because that has nothing to do with the PNM. That has nothing to do with PNM. So you have an opportunity on the 28th. You have an opportunity on the 28th to send us a resounding message to those who don't want change. You have that opportunity. So all you have to do is to just make that stand. Go out there and send a resounding victory for the People's National Movement. And then you will see. Then you will see whatever change you really want. But you can't have major changes, especially with the amount of seats that the PNM have. They need to have a massive, at least 28. But if you get 26, well, all right. Well, you know, you will settle for 26, 27, 28, going down there, even if you get 30. But let me be real. The only way you could bring about a real meaningful change in our constitution is to give the supermajority. And here it is, you have a leader that is young, he is vibrant, he possesses a skill, many skills, not just as a lawyer, but as a top negotiator that will go out there and get the job done. You know, one of the things that I like about, well, and I'll wrap up after this. One of the things that I like about Mr. Stuart Young, SC, here it is, he's talking about a ministry of implementation, because there are too many projects that are started and they're taking too long. Some of them hear a project when I start in this fiscal year, and 2-3 years they still want to know, well, okay, why that project ain't finished yet? And I'm not talking about big billion, no, I'm talking about literal, some projects where need to get off the ground for people to benefit can't get off the ground because why? Because some bureaucracy in the ministry blocking that from happening. And that is why we have to be very, very careful. We need a ministry of implementation. We need the ministry of implementation. And you know, what was strange is that somebody who people have looked up to, and they would have been doing a lot of big blogs. Them talking about, so what they will do? They'll get rid of the they want to get rid of the Ministry of what? Administration, public administration. Nobody said that they get rid of any Ministry of Public Administration. But let us be real. There are too many things that are sitting down in ministries and not being implemented on a timely basis. There are too many. And once we get these things out of the way, trust me, trust me, they ready, trust me. You know, or don't call the phone, don't call the next phone now, please. I just try to sort it out, but they're trying to call me so that will try to interfere with the signal for the live and all them things. But I tell you what it is, because I want to have this kind of conversation. That's why some of them are vexed when I see the chow man. Yeah, but you tell them don't call, they're still calling. Lord have mercy. But nevertheless, when I see the chow man, When I could see the chow man say he going up for the all people party. I went to the Matrix just now. But when I could see that, boy, some of them might be amazed. Because people help you. People help that man set him up nice. And then you go on with the all people party. Let me tell you something, it's all about money, you know. Yeah, the young man in Sawa. He going up in Sawa Barataria against the PNM candidate. I say them fellas them wicked, yes? The wicked. Money does really blind some people. Money does really blind some people. Yeah. And let's keep telling people, you see the gimme and the hungry food mentality that some people will be getting on with in this country. When you continue with that gimme and hungry food mentality, the eater food mentality, and you're passing that down in a generation and generation through your genes, it will automatically start being the DNA. Where is that? Where the what? Well, the young man, I don't know where you had to offer the Trinidad and Tobago. Boy, yeah. I don't know what the young man has to know he had to offer. Ungratefulness, I keep saying it, you know, and I'll say it again. Ungratefulness is worse than witchcraft, you know. Sometimes you could do all we want to do for people in this world. Yeah? Sometimes you could do all we want to do for people in this world. And they will still turn around. They have no tanks in their mouth. They will still turn around and try to discredit you at best. But I keep telling people, we have to stay focused. Forget all the naysayers and just focus on being able to vote on that day, bringing out your family, bringing out your friends, telling your friends, especially those who like to come and talk bacchanal old talk. Hey, you see this election, this is not for that this time. This is a crucial election. I need my student program to continue. I need Unit Trust to remain independent and not try to be, not for no UNC to take the money out of the UNC, out of UTT. And NIB money to invest in no project. I need a responsible government that will handle the matters of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and not be calling for sanctions. Not calling for sanctions on the citizenry. Because at the end of the day, all of them who say no in Parliament, they are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So when we want to endorse certain political parties that want sanctions on we, ask yourself this question. If you in that position, would you, like anybody, to call for a sanction to mash up your country as how the UNC calling for sanctions on any citizen in Trinidad and Tobago? Ask yourself that question. Because only a fool will run in blindly and see the man thieving, see the man doing wrong, and still saying, I supporting what you're doing, brother. Only a fool will do that. But a real friend, will say to that person, hey, you see what you're doing there? You can't be embarrassing my country. You can't be doing that to my country, trying to discredit my country, bring down my country for foolishness, regardless of what. You have to be patriotic to your country. And if we have more citizens being patriotic to the country and not a party, this country will move smoothly. This country will move smoothly. But the moment that we continue to put people who are about party and not country, then crapo will smoke with pipe. Because really and truly, I really see a crapo smoking a pipe already, eh? I really see a crapo smoke a pipe already. And that is what those persons on the other side are looking to bring to the table for you. But then there was something that I heard Kamala Prasad Bisesa said. I heard Kamala Prasad Bisesa said something, and but she just be saying all kind of madness, and something is wonder. What again she go say? What again she go say? I trying to remember what it was, no boy. Oh God, it was some major thing. Something the woman say, boy, you know. She want to bring back. I say, Lord have mercy. It's like keeping up with the Joneses, you know. She Kamala Prasad Bisesa and the UNC must never be allowed to govern this country, especially Kamala Prasad Bisesa after losing. Especially Kamala Prasad Bisesa after losing so many elections and wouldn't go home. Wouldn't go home to Mr. Bisesa to lie down one night and say, hey, honey, I reach home. I just try to figure it out. And then let me tell you, last before I leave, I want to touch on just this last thing, last thing, because tomorrow we'll be out and about in that meeting tomorrow. And but I want to touch on this before we go. And then Wednesday we're going down San Fernando. But I want to touch on this. 12 deportees come back to Trinidad and Tobago. 12 deportees come back to Trinidad and Tobago. And the media going off on a frenzy. The media going off on a frenzy. Oh, what Donald Trump sending back home people, what the ministry have in place, and 12 people leave here. Never get the documentation. You know the media ain't saying that, eh? Now, it's not the first time that America has deported people. But 12 people come back to your country in Trinidad and Tobago, and the media in a frenzy. Oh God, we're going to put these people, the mass deportation start, this, that, you know. You leave the people, you leave Trinidad and Tobago. You went to America. You never put your house in order. You're hiding under the radar for years. For years you gone out there, and you hiding under the radar. You're making a little money. You're building house in America before you send back, before you look for some kind of thing and then send back your money here and invest your money in Trinidad and Tobago in case anything happen, so that you can have something a footing in Trinidad. You're going out there. So all them years, you going out there, you ain't put nothing in place. Back home in Trinidad, Tim say, well, hey, let me put down some money, so in case anything happen, and I come back to Trinidad, I still have my money, I could go and build a house, I could go and do something, I could develop myself, nothing at all. Because you walk out of this country, you cost Trinidad and Tobago. You cost Trinidad and Tobago. Plenty of them just cost Trinidad and Tobago. They say, boy, all of you, and when you leave Trinidad, or you don't want no part of them. If I had to leave here and pack back home away, I don't want to talk, I don't want to. But 12 boys come back to Trinidad and Tobago. And you know the first thing you hear in opposition and them saying, oh God, mass deportation, what they want to put them? They have nothing in place for these deportees, this, that, you know. Really? There are programs that are put in place for people who get deported, so that they could reintegrate back in the society. Because some of them live here so long, they don't even know which one Tom, Dick, and Harry is in the country. And it's not plenty, but the media makes it look so. You see, plenty of these people and them, they move like, you know, they never travel. I watched some Jamaicans come here to Trinidad. They come here to Trinidad, and every fortnight, I tell you here, they buy Western Union. Don't talk for them who living in Venezuela, Fincate, or you name it, any part of the world. Them Chinese and them and all. Indians, this one from India, but here, they buy Western Union, they buy MoneyGram, they buy all them different cambios. Cambios there is, eh? And you know what they'll be doing? You know what they'll be doing? They send him back home, they set up a bank account, and they send him back home money to that bank account, so that in case anything happened to them, when they go back home, they still have money and they're not looking foolish and dotish. So nobody can watch them and laugh at them and say, well, look, you come back here, you have nothing. So you leave here with nothing and you come back here with nothing. And you want the government to mind you? That's what's going on, you know. Play the video. Play the video where you have with the funny thing. Play it.
Who the hell banging on the door? Hello? Hi, this is an officer with ICE doing a routine check. What? I'm an American citizen. Well, we have questions that'll determine that answer. Question 1. What's America's favorite hot sauce? Ketchup. Yes. Ooh, come on, mommy. Ketchup. Right on, pal. Question 2. Who's America's best president? Donald J. Trump. Ooh, good answer. Donald J. Trump. Well, golly, you're killing it, buddy. Last question. Count to the number 5. Well, that's easy. 1, 2, 3. Lock him up.
Well, you gotta get you gotta get you there, you gotta get you. Well, you gotta get you in truth. But let me just tell you this. If you're going to a man country and you're going to survive or you're going to live, because you know there are plenty of people in Trinidad that say Trinidad is not a real place and they want to pack up and go back and they want to leave here. And they don't ever want to come back here because they're crying, they're thinking, they're calling all kind of things on Trinidad and Tobago. If you're going out there, go out there, make your money. Nobody say no, make your money, but don't build no other man country and your country. You're draining because you're not sending back home nothing to your country, and it's all about patriotism. No, Miss Alta, if you have to leave to go and make a better life out there, no problem, But make sure and send back home something. I keep talking about legacy building, Send back home something so that when you come back to Trinidad, anything happen, and you come back here, you don't have to be like fish out of water because America don't really want people leaving with their money. But if you send your money and you're banking your money here, credit union wise, bank wise, and unit trust wise, investment wise, however you want to do it, make sure and secure yourself. Don't blame nobody. Because let me tell you something. The government is not obligated. And they're not obligated. You come back here as a deportee, really and truly in their mind, you are known criminal. But make sure and put your house in order. Well, you don't have to leave, but sometimes, let me tell you something, If you have to and you want to leave, it's up to you. But yes, it have certain jobs where you have to leave and you have to go. If you have to leave, you have to leave. But make sure and secure yourself back home. Trinidad and Tobago might be small, but it's a giant. It is a giant. Not only just in the oil and gas industry. But also in the financial sector too. So we have to really pay attention to when they come in with the foolishness. Pay attention and stop them. And stop them when they come in to tell you that the PNM ain't do nothing for nobody in this country. People, all roads will be leading to the campaign launch of Hans Devines, the candidate for Diego Martin West. I'm going to say Diego Martin Central, but Diego Martin West. And we are going to be bringing it to you live. Yes, we are going to be bringing it to you live tomorrow. And, well, thank God tomorrow is a holiday. We know all the traffic this be to get to these, to get into Diego Martin. So, we are going to be bringing it to you live tomorrow afternoon. And so you get to hear Hans Devines And it's all part of making people aware of the different candidates and putting the spotlight on on all the candidates throughout all the 41 constituencies. Well, what do you mean by get right? I don't understand, David. Get right how? I understand that one, but so, but I will try my best to make it early. But I will be bringing it to you live from Mount Coco Road. So I'll leave at least an hour early to get down there because I know the transportation might be a little difficult for me to get transport to get up inside of there, because you know sometimes you had to call the well, members of the team already said they're not going anywhere on this holiday, so you know I had to foot it myself. So I will be in Diego Martin tomorrow, and that's one of my hometown, eh? Yeah, don't get up, you know. One of my hometown is in Cologne Imbert's constituency, actually. And so I tell you, I have about 6 different MPs, you know. 6 different MPs. But nevertheless, I'm going to be there tomorrow. So all roads lead to Hans Devine's campaign launch. And then on Wednesday, we take you down to San Fernando for the massive public meeting. Yeah, live all about Miss Althea. I live all about, but you know, strange enough, Adobe, well, yeah, I had to get an umbrella. But the whole umbrella, no, I want to get an umbrella in it, yes, because they never know, eh? Because that rain, you know. You never know where rain go fall. I think it's open here tomorrow. And I think it's also open here on Wednesday. So Wednesday we down in me have a house in Good Work Park. If I show you, let me see. Which one is there? I cool. Me have a house in Goodwood Park. Well, you never know, eh? But I don't want to live in Goodwood Park. Trust me. I can't be up. I can't live there. I can't live there. That's not me. I like to be where action is. Yeah. Die down in Cologne in Burt constituency. That big stadium. So yeah, I'm telling you. So all roads lead to Diego Martin in Mount Coco Road. So you have to be there. You have to get all your necessities, and we're gonna be taking you straight through on that live tomorrow, and we will be covering it live, bring it to you live here on Bounce Up. Yeah, on Bounce Up, the #1 official election station, and also on our platform where you could join the live stream and you can have 24 hours chat. So we are going to be bringing it to you right here. And on Wednesday, I will be in San Fernando. Well, you know, the place open back up, so everybody is all gonna think to get to San Fernando on Wednesday. So on Wednesday, I'm down in San Fernando, and We bringing it. Oh, yeah. And let me tell you something. On Wednesday, we bringing it here live, and it's only on Bounce Up. You can get the morning program for Sharon. It's only on Bounce Up. You can talk the things with Jenny. And we sharing it on all the different platforms outside of the platform that they have it on. And you're also getting full election coverage of meeting after meeting after meeting, walking the ground, you're getting it. So Bounce Up Central Media Network is out and about. And despite where they don't want to give you credit, we don't need to be given no credit or no accolade. We are about the people's business and bringing the people's business. Hey, and yes, and let me tell you, on the day of Carifta Games, the day of the opening ceremony, right? The opening ceremony of Carifta Games are taking a whole day to go and bring you the opening ceremony, as well as you never know. You never know. You never know him to win the election, eh? So I encourage that, and I'm gonna be trying to, and I'm gonna be on the ground in the campaign. So, well, Eric, let me tell you, eh? Let me tell you, I'm not too sure on what is happening, but according to if it is that those persons, because I know that PNM has a PNM has a SMO, and I think the SMO has a responsibility to bring certain shows. But if in the absence of the SMOs and them doing their job, we at Bounce Up will try to bring it to you right here on Bounce Up. So we have a duty and responsibility to bring you the election coverage. And also, we are going to bring you more of Bounce Up contents. And don't forget, Fine Point will return after the election, where you'll get, there'll be a whole thing by itself. Well, I don't know where the SMO going, but you never know. You never know. Election season, and then Tobago election coming up this year too, eh? So you check it out. So, people, tomorrow, all roads lead to, where's this here? All right, so all roads lead to Hans Devines as his campaign launch, and then we move straight forward to, where's this here? All right, so we have some things that we want to show you tomorrow before the campaign, before we bring you the launch. So we will have a number of things to show you, election-wise and politically, before the actual launch of the thing. So we will start our live most likely hour in advance. So, and then we'll bring you, well, we'll head straight over. So we'll have the conversation, we'll start the conversation on the ground. and we will be bringing it to you live from Monkoko Road. So everybody, I understand, but things are not doing okay. All right. Okay. But nevertheless, look, we are not here to advertise. Eric, I am not advertising those mad people programs on 91 point wherever on the hand and hand station. No, I tell you honestly, because by we just even putting it up, we giving them kudos. No, we giving them kudos, and no, we don't advertise what time and no, not here. No. Let them advertise for themselves. We no. Yeah, the hand and hand man. Yeah, that's the hand and hand man. We are not here to advertise the hand and hand man. Yeah. So all roads lead to leading to Hans Devines tomorrow, and then on Wednesday we going down San Fernando. So have a good night. See you. Stay safe. Remember, spread the word. We all in this together. Empress, I don't get in contact with you, know. You had to do over this song for we, boy. You had to do over this song for we. With that, really. I don't know who's BG. All right, so Empress, you had to do over this song. This song is becoming a very big song. But let me tell you something. All over the place, they're playing this song like a road march now, you know. This might end up being the political road march. Listen to this.
Join up in the east, yeah. Team up in the west, yeah. We got this. Hey. We got this. Hey. I cannot wait for election morning. Tell them why. I'm dipping down to me elbow, darling. From Stateside to Canaan, we're making it through this moment. You are the reason. Higher than higher heights is our limit. So we ain't leaving. No one behind, we will not desert you. Come on, protect the future. I know we can do this thing, yeah. So right now, let me fix up. Come on, now let me link up. Bring us and let me build up. Together as one. Turn the country down. So many youths in service now, that's an honor. You are my friend, my sister, and my brother. But what we got to do? So we can turn up in the east, yeah. Big up Presley's family. Team up in the west, yeah. Calling out everybody. See when we come together. Goodness, fight and we're stronger. Stand up here as we come to do this work. Cause every day we keep on, on the journey we keep on. When water run more than flour, not even when my foot stop this fire. But we stand back there as we come to do this work. Stand up,
January 24, 1956. The crowds had flocked to the University of Woodford Square to celebrate the birth of a child. The child was the PNM.
Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, TC, was born on September 25, 1911, one of 12 children. At the age of 11 years, Dr. Williams won one of the few available exhibitions and entered Queen's Royal College, where he would not only excel in academics, but also in football and cricket, eventually being named captain of the football team. Dr. Williams' thirst for success drove him to obtain an Island scholarship that saw his entry to St. Catherine's Society, Oxford, in 1932, where he would continue to distinguish himself. In 1938, Dr. Williams graduated from Oxford, having completed a doctorate in history. His doctoral thesis would become the basis for one of his best-known works, Capitalism and Slavery, completed whilst a member of faculty at Howard University from 1939. In 1944, Dr. Williams was appointed to the Anglo-American Caribbean Commission, returning to Trinidad as the deputy chairman of the Commission's Caribbean Research Council in 1948. By 1955, however, Dr. Williams' contract was not renewed, and whilst addressing a crowd at the University of Woodford Square, he had this to say: "I was born here, and here I stay, with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I am going to let down my bucket where I am, right here with you in the British West Indies." Thus began a series of speeches that would lead to the birth of the People's National Movement. The party was launched at a gathering of several thousands in Woodford Square on Tuesday, January 24, 1956, where Dr. Williams, as the first political leader, presented the People's Charter, which set goals for the movement and the nation, including immediate self-government in internal affairs, promotion of the political education of the people, provision of more and better homes, schools, and social services for the population, and reorganization of the economy to make the fullest use of all the resources of Trinidad and Tobago, both physical and human. 8 months later, on September 24, 1956, the PNM won its first election, winning 13 of the 24 seats, and Dr. Eric Williams became the country's chief minister. In 1959, he became the country's premier, and 3 years later, Dr. Williams and the PNM led the country to independence on August 31, 1962, by that time completing many of the objectives set out in the People's Charter.
May it please your Royal Highness, it is with a feeling of deep pride, pleasure and satisfaction as Prime Minister of the newly independent state of Trinidad and Tobago that I offer you for transmission to Her Majesty the Queen the profound thanks and appreciation of the government, Parliament and people of this country for Her Majesty's graciousness. The first responsibility that devolves upon you is the protection and promotion of your democracy. Democracy means more, much more, than the right to vote, and one vote for every man and every woman of the prescribed age. Democracy means recognition of the rights of others. Democracy means the equality of all in the eyes of the law. Democracy means equality of opportunity for all in education, in the public service, and in private employment.
The challenges of 1970 would lead Dr. Williams to write the Chaguaramas Declaration, the PNM's second vision document, which espoused the concept of the people's sector, where traditionally dispossessed people were given the opportunity to take part in commerce.
The businessman who talked about abandoning the unemployment levy was a voice from the dead past. The businessman who asked me in May 1970 whether he had now become a second-class citizen was a prehistoric survivor. Some months before the 1970 development, I had asked the former Governor-General Sir Solomon Ho-Choi, as the symbol of national integration and to avoid any appearance of partisanship, to call in all the major business firms, with special reference to the banks, and advise them of the dissatisfaction they were generating by their restrictive racial policies in employment. With 1970, the period of exhortation is over. It has been a matter since then of laying down the law and saving the society as a whole from the short-sightedness of a minority of its members.
On September 24, 1976, Trinidad and Tobago took another major step in the evolution under Dr. Williams' stewardship as it achieved Republican status. As an author, Dr. Williams would pen many notable works, including his 1969 autobiography, Inward Hunger, and 1970s From Columbus to Castro. As an academic and an educator, he led the PNM's drive in increasing access to education for all, famously telling the country's children, "You carry the future of Trinidad and Tobago in your school bags." As a pioneer, his many accomplishments and legacies to the nation include developments in housing, infrastructural works, and development of the energy sector. As a Caribbean man, he was instrumental in establishing the Caribbean community and was a strong proponent of regional integration. As a statesman, he continues to be the yardstick by which all Caribbean leaders are measured. His larger-than-life stature would earn him many accolades, including being invited to send one of 73 Apollo 11 goodwill messages to NASA for the historic first lunar landing in 1969. Dr. Williams wrote, in part, "It is our earnest hope for mankind that while we gain the moon, we shall not lose the world." Dr. Williams addressed a PNM Special Convention in January 1981, commemorating the 25th anniversary of the movement.
The PNM is now 25 years old, a most significant landmark in the political history of Trinidad and Tobago. What does this mean to the nation, to the region, and to the party responsible for directing the political and economic affairs of this nation, on the one hand, and on the other hand, maintaining and fostering cooperation with our regional friends so as to ensure the promotion of economic stability and growth for our own country and for our neighbors in the region. To us, the pioneers and foundation members of our movement and party, this landmark of 25 years in our history brings back memories of our struggles, our frustrations, and indeed our triumph.
Sadly, a few short months later, he passed away. He will be remembered always for his contribution to the shaping of our society, for his contribution to the world of academia, and for his gift of the People's National Movement to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, which has endured since his passing and will continue to endure on a path of renewal and resurgence. Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, father of the nation, founder of the People's National Movement, a giant among men.